Shemaini Petlutu Shemaini Yashi Shemaini Shibut Ad Drapshi
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. I am your DMGM storyteller, whichever you'd like to call me, Forgotten Dreams, and I am joined by a lovely cast of people, starting with Mel.
I'm Mel, and I will be playing Shime.
Fantastic. Next up, we have, let's go with our newcomer, Shannon.
Hello, and I play Cassandra.
Fantastic. Last but not least, Seth.
Hi, my name's Seforiel, and I'll be playing Ajala.
All right, and why don't you give us our user warning?
Well, for those who are new to this, we are a stream about Vampire the Masquerade. We are playing a vampire story, so keep in mind vampires are not nice people. Thankfully, we're playing characters, and the choices we make are made for our characters, and it's not something we would personally do per se. So please keep it against the characters, not against us. As well as if it gets too much because of horror and such, feel free to take a break and please do. There you go.
All right, fantastic. And why don't you also have the lovely privilege of telling us what happened last time on Children of the Cup?
Whew, last time. Well, after nearly being ripped into by, slashed into by a werewolf, facing several werewolves, Jala managed to get his way to a friend who might not have been too happy with werewolves at her doorstep. However, we ended up with a parlay and have a form of truce right now, and have learned that there's way more werewolves in the city than we had ever hoped for. While recovering from this, hardly recovered from this, we also got the call to arms to go to the front lines of the Dead Sea, because, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Caliph's Salahadin's armies.
Salahadin is not
What
currently
armies?
attacking yet. No, you guys are facing currently the forces of Al Musat.
So the forces of Al Musad are moving, and they've taken positions around Karak. And in order to get supplies to them, we're going to have to break their lines, which is at the Dead Sea. So yeah, we're heading for the front suddenly, and well, unprepared. We mustered what forces we could. Were introduced while mustering forces to a new member of our coterie, who's currently eating. And yeah, with our new Cassandra and so, and Azzy, Cecilia, geared up in the most red gear possible for this battle. Yeah, we're now making our way towards the front lines. Stuck in
Fantastic.
Bethlehem for the time being. Yeah.
Yeah.
Curious how this will go.
The armies did, in fact, gather in Bethlehem. Yeah, it is soon will be the hour of which you march. You guys did make your way. You claimed one of the houses that was available here in Bethlehem. I don't remember if anybody fed from the couple that was there, but you certainly had tea with them. A nice chamomile, because it's the only thing that they had. Yeah, and there was an interesting scene between Cecilia and Cassandra at the fun tent, where a few things were learned. And I think we're going to pick up not long after that conversation as Cassandra and Cecilia sort of part. Cecilia goes her own way, and Cassandra, we come down to you a few minutes after that conversation. What would Cassandra's first acts be?
is she with everybody else? I don't remember.
Everyone
Ajala came out of
else.
the tent.
Yeah, Ajala and Chimeg have just recently made their way out of the tent themselves, not having the privilege of seeing the conversation between yourself and Cecilia.
What conversation? Nothing happened. Yeah,
Absolutely.
no, she'll regroup with them.
Something about eating.
No, nothing. Don't ask a girl about food. Come on.
Something about eating and not drinking blood.
Hmm.
Doesn't that ring a bell?
You call it feeding. I think
Mhm.
I'm in the right here. I think you guys are in the wrong. you
But
say
we have
you
no
don't-
clue what just transpired in the
no.
conversation.
Anyway,
Yeah.
So
no, nothing happened. So anyway,
Nothing
she'll
happened.
just
Yeah.
regroup. Yeah, she'll just regroup with her friends and new coterie friends. So she's cleaned up. So absolutely nothing to write home about.
I do remember that Ajala came out of the tent slightly drunk.
Hmm.
Slightly drunk at the very least, because someone had been drinking who he fed on.
Specifically, the person that you fed on, that woman was very drunk. Yes.
Which seemed good at the time, because, yeah, practical, but
Hmm. She'll kind of smile at his tipsy state and say, I was going to perhaps suggest we see if there's anybody back at the war room to get some last minute advice before heading towards the field, but perhaps you want to call it an early night.
advice. Advice. Why do we need advice?
Oh, you've commanded on the field before.
I've no clue.
That's why you might need advice. No harm. But
Right.
But if you want to just swagger off into battle, I'll follow your lead from a distance.
I guess advice is good. Yeah, sure, advice. Advise
look
away.
Is Chimeg here as well?
I think he would
That's-
still be in the tent, maybe.
Okay. So
But
Chimeg,
Ajala would probably know she's there.
yeah, you would have seen Ajala making his way out of the tent, and there seems to be somewhat of a light conversation coming from the direction that he just exited. Yeah.
He's gonna finish up then and move out after.
Poke your head out, and you can see the two of them talking.
Is Batu anywhere near you, by the way?
You would just see, almost like a Three Stooges moment, the two of their heads poke out of the tent and look in you guys' direction. And Chimeg, on your side of the tent, you would just feel the rhythmic hitting on your left leg of a wagging tail.
Her a pat and move over to the others.
Batu! Ajala will go, and he will go sit on his knees and let him smell his hand first.
And
then he'll go in for...
Yeah. You don't get as far as smelling of hands, as there's immediately a ball of fur that jumps faceward, and the two of you tumble for a second as you are met with many face licks.
Good dog.
Good to see you getting along.
Cassandra?
Mm-hmm.
Cassandra says we should get advice. I don't know, because battle.
Yes. Well, I suppose so. Why do we do that?
Wait, what?
Get advice, I mean.
War room, she said. War room, right?
If they're still there, they're still planning.
Might as well.
Let's go. And Ajala takes off in half of a run.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You're immediately chased by Batu, as he is very pleasant when it comes to runs. Eventually, you guys would make it to the main tavern itself. It's not too terribly far from the center of town. So it is a bit of a walk, but not too harsh of a walk. And you guys would make your way into the bottom floor, which is kind of begun emptying out. And you can see that there are quite a few servants in the downstairs that have sort of put the tables together and are currently in the process of making sure all the saddles are ready for the coming days, and other bits of equipment, bits and bobs. But you can still hear the light sound of conversation coming from upstairs. And eventually you would watch as Father Restusi, in his armor with the surcoat of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, would make his way down the stairs. I was not expecting you all to be back. How could
Is
Father
it
Restusi help? And he sort of just makes his way with a smile suddenly over towards all of you. And he kind of just gives a nod towards Chimeg, and then his eyes focus on Ajalas.
I drank a drunk.
Fascinating. How is it?
Weird. Not felt this in a long time.
Is it more of a commons man's drunk or a refined palate drunk?
Commons man.
Okay. Very well.
Cassandra had a wonderful idea. That's why we're here.
It's Cassandra. I have had very little pleasure of meeting you. And he extends his hand to take yours, and he says, you may call me Father Palero Restusi. At your service.
It's a pleasure, Father Palor. How do you pronounce that out of character? Sorry.
Palori Restuso.
Palor.
Restusi. Sorry, Restusi.
She'll say that.
Bit
And
cheap.
she'll say it right. Like me. We were hoping to have some tips and advice on how to handle these coming preparations for the field.
Oh, I could help you with that. Perhaps you would like to join me on a walk then?
We'd love to. It is she kind of looks on over kind of to see if anybody wants to correct her. It is, I believe, all of ours first war. She looks on over to them. Okay. No one's gonna say that they've not been in a war before. Cool. She'll just continue walking.
I'll follow slightly behind.
Okay, Chimeg.
Yep, I'm gonna find.
All right, you are followed
I'm
by
keeping
Batu,
a
of
bit
course.
of a distance to
Uh-huh,
Father
yeah.
Restusi. I'm not a fan.
So the four of you make your way outside. I should say the five. Batu is definitely there. And he begins making his way towards the outskirts of the town and the encampment itself. And he begins walking just very casually around, checking things out, sort of enjoying the fresh night air, things like that. And he says, well, my first major tip for any battlefield whatsoever, whether it be one of practice or one of real warfare, is communication is always key. I assume that the delegation of your units will be between your group. So having a chain of command or having a well-established form of communication, whether that be riders, whether that be horns, whether that be flags, and knowing what each of those communicative signs be, if they are flags or horns or anything like that, it's very much key.
Quite sure Cecilia has it all figured out.
Yes, well, should Cecilia be injured or incapacitated during the fight, what will you do then?
Good question.
Who, pray tell, then is in charge of your forces?
Perhaps a drink for inspiration. She'll just give a playful nudge.
Is there a way to turn this off?
Turn what off?
The feeling, the wooziness, the Ooh.
It'll pass. It'll pass. You could expedite it by calling upon the blood.
I will call upon the blood to try and expedite that.
Okay, how would you like to call upon the blood to expedite this process? Keep in mind that doing so will extinguish blood from your pool.
Yeah, I'm aware, but I think this conversation is a bit too important to let
Mhm.
go by in this state, which is unfortunate. But yeah, he will just think really hard. Stop being drunk. Stop being drunk. Stop being drunk. Stop being. You can actually see his head moving and his eyes sort of going as he's sort of mantraing "Stop being drunk,"
Okay.
as if he's wounded.
Gotcha. Do you have any leftover damage from previously that you can easily heal?
Only aggravated, so not
Only
that
aggravated, so that won't heal. Yeah. Do you have any low level powers that you can easily activate?
much. Ooh, good question. Du-du-du-du-du. Oh, this could be fun though. I think the Auspex one of Read the Soul. I
Ooh.
believe that expends one blood.
You said Auspex Read the Soul?
Yes.
Second.
Or does that not use blood?
Auspex. I'm going to check it right now.
It's a bit of a long description.
It says read the soul. System. The soul gazer must actively and attentively observe her subject, allowing the sense of the soul to wash over her. At the moment, she chooses to interpret the state of the soul. The character player rolls perception plus empathy. Yada 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 yada. You don't spend any blood for this.
Okay, in that case, presence
Okay.
and awe, because that does spend blood.
Yeah, that does spend a point of blood. And with that, as all of your gazes seem to naturally want to begin to sort of drift towards Ajala, Ajala, your senses sort of begin to clear quite a bit. And there's just the faintest wisp of it in the background, but very easily ignorable.
I think that actually worked. Wait, what did I do? Why are you all looking at me like that?
Well, you are
No
so
more.
interesting suddenly.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was not the intention. And
Ah.
I tried to deactivate it.
You are free to deactivate it, yeah.
Ah. Yeah, this is better. Good, I should be clear for this conversation.
Yes.
There, you have a point.
So yes, it brings up the next question: should Cecilia fall, become incapacitated, or simply have some error in her ability to communicate? What is the plan?
Chimek, have you ever commanded a group before?
Do I have any memory of anything like that?
Oh boy, make me a... It would be nice if I had opened the character sheet. Intelligence investigation. Search the deep... No, wits investigation. Search the deep crevices of that mind of yours.
As she's gonna roll that, Jala will also sort of reply when that's being asked of DMAG. I do remember fighting in a war somewhere at some point, but beyond that, and he will also start thinking.
I just
All right,
asked you
same
that.
roll from you.
Wits investigation?
Mm-hmm.
That is gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's not really my
Yes,
role
everyone
either.
restore one
My
willpower
combat
before
side.
Yes, very, very much so. Everyone who is missing any willpower, please restore 1 point of willpower at the start of a new session. One success from Chimeg. There is the faintest of... do you have any specialities?
No.
Yeah, there's the faintest memory of leading a hunting party during a raid. And Ajala, the memory of you standing on that battlefield is all that comes back to you.
And the -1 wound, does that count in this? I don't know.
No, what you shouldn't have wound modifiers for this.
I rolled only 1 dice in that case.
Roll me another dice, please.
Ooh.
Ah, Jesus. All right, no.
Nope.
Yeah, something along the lines. You will just answer.
Well, I guess in that case you have the most experience. So you should be our second in command. Unless you have more experience that we don't know of, Cassandra.
Cassandra, you are more than able to make me a wits investigation. See if you can dredge up any memories. And I need to check your amnesia stuff. What is your investigation currently out on your sheet? Cassandra?
Oh, sorry, me. Sorry. What was it? What was it?
Your
Do I need-
investigation's are you going to try and see if you can remember anything about leading anyone in the past?
Oh yeah, sure. Doesn't mean
Alright.
I'm gonna voice anything.
Alright.
I'll try and remember too.
So that is wits
I-
investigation.
As far as I'm aware, I don't have any investigation.
Yeah, I will let you hereby know that you've revealed your next ability, and whether or not you have points in it. Your investigation is a 2.
Ooh.
It's
Can I
not a
cut
zero.
it?
It's not a 0
cut
like
it
all the
out?
others. Yeah, you can
Can I
color that
cut
in.
it out?
Yep.
Yay! Ah. Can you roll for me when I'm trying to color in?
Sure, I can do it for you. Here we go. Investigation 2. Let me go to your dice pools, and we say add, and we go wits, and then ability investigation.
I don't happen to have any specialties in that. That would
Unfortunately,
know.
no.
darn it. Worth trying.
Nothing comes to mind as Cassandra, you try to rack your brain on any possible memories or flashes from the past that could reveal whether or not you have experience with such things.
That's true.
So-
Can you make our second in command?
Very well.
Then
Do you have any knowledges of our opponent's tactics that we should perhaps look out for?
Al-Musat is a mortal from my understanding, so I would not be able to tell you such. I apologize, but I do not pay attention to the courts of Damascus, and I believe that is where Al-Musat is located.
the usual rules about the secrets of the blood most likely apply. But if
You
there's
sound
more
really
stuff-
far away.
The rules of engagement, and when it comes to the secrets of the blood, they probably still apply. But if we can make subtle use of it, I'm guessing anything goes, right?
Yes, yes. Do not make obvious use of your powers until the rules of secrecy have been broken quite clearly. If you see a column of gargoyles marching their way down the road, then it is
Yeah.
free reign. But otherwise, I would say keep it secret, keep it safe.
Seems like the smartest thing to do.
Always. Besides communication, supplies is always important next. Keeping your men well fed and well rested beforehand, and also making sure that your archers have the ability to require ammo during the battle. It can prove a very good key.
Does any of this, despite me not remembering ever commanding, sound familiar like at all?
I would like you to go ahead and give me a straight instinct roll.
Ooh. Instinct.
2 successes. Something deep within resounds with the words that he speaks, but you're not sure entirely what.
He'll just nod along while he's telling all this.
Beyond supplies, beyond communication, next I would say is knowing when to attack and when to retreat. Many who have never engaged in battle of this sort before believe that it is simply the opposing sides running headlong into one another. This is not true. It's all about who you attack, when you attack, how you attack, and whether you are willing to give ground now in order to gain ground later. Vice versa as well, whether you are willing to take ground now, to lose ground later, to take ground again. Also knowing what is the acceptable amount of casualties one should have before one quits the battlefield. Well, the days of slaughtering each other until the very end are no more. I think those days ended during the time of the Macedonian general Ferric. Or Pyrrhic, or however you pronounce it. Pyrrhic victory, you know what I'm talking about, chat.
Well,
Know that whoever survives your battle will live on to battle again.
that is a good point. As in, this isn't going to be the last fight that we'll do.
I would also
yeah.
point out that it is useful to know that while your main troops will stay with you afterwards, the levies always return home. And balance using the levies to your advantage, as you know that they will not join you in future battles, but also remember that should you kill too many of them, it will weaken you financially later.
Yeah, that's
There are many factors to think of. I apologize. This perhaps is not something that we can bring up all of the factors of in one brisk walk. Are there any other questions that you may have?
What kind of resupply lines are put up?
Well, from what I understand, there will be the majority of your supplies will come from Jerusalem itself, And it won't be much. It'll be what the garrison there in Jerusalem can spare, because the majority of the supplies that we do have will be in the main caravan that will push through after your battle to make its way to Karak with the main army. So if those resources need to be called upon, they are available, but remember that they are probably in limited number.
Moving quickly then.
Most importantly though, always use your cavalry wisely.
And how would you suggest that?
Well, for one, do not sacrifice them unnecessarily. Pushing them into a wall of spears is damn near suicidal. But hitting men flanking or on the verge of breaking can be a massive boon. Also, finding ways to eliminate the enemy cavalry with as few casualties to your own is a massive advantage. I think if you were to follow these steps, it could get you through what is to come. And it's at this point that you guys have made your way around most of the encampment, and you're back at the fun tent. And it's at that point that he says, well, I have my own preparations that I must make for the coming days. So if you'll excuse me. It was a lovely chat. It was great seeing you all again. And kind of gives a nod towards Chime. Good night.
Right, Father Rasusi.
And he turns on his heels and makes his way deeper into the town itself.
So we were going to sleep.
She starts walking away from there. Opposite direction.
Not following. We were to leave tomorrow night, yes? Or am I mistaken? Right.
Tonight.
Tonight.
You're supposed to leave tonight, get as far as you can to the Dead Sea, and then actually do the battle tomorrow.
I guess we should find Cecilia and head it for that direction as we can. Before daybreak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Start heading out.
Let's say goodbye to the couple at the house and get the horses.
You make your way back into town, and eventually you find yourself at that house where the old couple was that you were visiting. The older gentleman answers the door and says, "Oh, you're back. Welcome in. We've baked a fresh batch of cookies."
That is wonderful. I look at the girls.
I'd love to take one on the road, please.
Oh, you have to leave. Oh, that's very sad to hear. Yes, I will pack some for the road. I can't guarantee that they'll be good after 2 days. Quite fresh, I might say. But we'll do our best. And
Here for our stuff.
can I make any of you a cup of tea, perhaps, for the road as well?
No need, thank you. Not for me, at least.
Well, what about snacks for you? And he kind of lowers himself as best he can, but his scoliosis kind of messes with him as he tries to bend down towards Batu. What about you, furry friend? What can we get you? Perhaps a
She
few
will never
strips
say no
of,
to this now.
I know what we can get. I have some chicken jerky, especially for you. One moment. And he turns on his heels and yells out towards the kitchen, "Darling, pack a few cookies for our guests."
I'll go get our stuff.
Mhm.
It's still in here.
Yeah.
And a few moments pass, and eventually he brings back to you, Chimeg, because he's kind of gathered at this point that Batu kind of follows you around, so he's figuring that you're probably the master. He hands over a small satchel. It's about the size of a coin purse, a smaller coin purse. And you can feel, dried pieces of jerky within. kind of rattle around when you grab it.
Thank you. I'm gonna take a piece out right away and give it to her.
And to each of you, he'll hand a small warm bundle of cookies. 3 cookies each.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We wish you the best, and perhaps we'll see you on the way back.
Yes, of course. Come visit anytime. We'll have more chamomile at the ready.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Absolutely, it was a treasure.
Quick thing, did we manage to obtain a tent anywhere for...
If you wanted to obtain a tent, you could have obtained one, yeah. I'd say you'd be able to
then
requisition the supplies
make
to
sure
get that.
we have a... Because we're going to have to hide from the sun at some point.
Yeah.
Sure.
Would there be any tents that was specifically made for our kind?
Do we just bring
Or-
extra tarp?
Don't forget
It would be-
the carriage was covered.
It would be a double cover tent, essentially. Dark in color, whether that be a dark red or dark blue or a dark black.
Probably grey blackish on the outside with a red lining.
There you go.
We might not
Let's get
necessarily
everything
need
to the
it, but-
horses. Get Cecilia on a horse, who's currently a puppet.
And with that, you guys are free to ride out towards the Dead Sea.
Get as
Alright.
much distance in as possible.
Okay, is there any last minute things you guys want to do in town before you head off?
Does anybody else want to grab any more like inventory, any more arrows or anything? Or will do you think I'll be
I
alright?
don't know how much arrows I should assume I need.
I think we've got quite a few.
Can we roll to see if we think we need any more arrows?
Sure, intelligence, Seneschal.
Oh, no.
Fine. I
First
don't. Do
time.
I have any seneschal?
Well,
It's the
Do you
first time that I heard
have-
about a seneschal roll.
yeah, it's a bookkeeping roll, so
Yeah, I think this is what Cecilia's good at. Oh wow! Oh wow!
So for
That's on
our
2 dice.
amnesiac, as you begin to think on the bookkeeping of what might be necessary for an upcoming battle, you may
How
make
many
a
seneschal
roll.
do I
I'm about to tell you. You may make a roll with whatever your intelligence score is, +4 for your seneschal.
8. Roll me 8 dice, bruh.
All right.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
So let's go ahead and grab Cassandra. And
Finally,
we
we
go
got
to
some true
Cat.
brains.
Watch me botch this. You know this.
Nice.
The more dice, the more botches.
Yeah,
I mean-
legit. It's more dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so often where I basically have 2 dice that I get 2 successes.
My dumbest character I ever made got like the better rolls than all of the smart Tremere. It was like
3
embarrassing.
successes. With a speciality in Seneschal of bookkeeping. That
Ooh.
brings you to 4 successes.
Oh.
Nice. Discovering a character.
Mm-hmm. One step at a time. All right. So you think that where your party currently sits with archery should be fine, and anything that is required additionally in an emergency can probably be pulled from that garrison supply line.
She'll recount that intel.
Wait, you said you had no experience with armies, or, well, I guess that was about commanding an army.
I'm a merchant. I am good of stock. Let's continue onwards.
Okay.
Didn't know you were a merchant.
In my travels.
Hmm.
In the last few months.
That you begin to head off into the night in the direction of the Dead Sea. Who will be heading up the adventure towards the Dead Sea? Who will lead the party's horses?
No clue.
Ah, you guys did not think about this, I see.
Maybe?
Chimeg, all right. In that case, Chimeg, I would like you, excuse me, to go ahead and make me a wit survival.
Imagine we never arrive at the battle.
There is a chance that could happen.
I'm chilling in a carriage, guys.
Oh. Let's see.
Oh.
Would you like to spend a willpower?
Yes, please.
Okay, you spend a point of willpower to get one success at least.
If I can find survival.
It should be under skills.
Oh, there we go. So let me go. Oh,
There you go,
Not
3
so bad.
successes.
on 3 die.
Right.
Yeah. You easily are able to look at the various different roads, look at the one more recently traveled by a group of horsemen and footmen, and say, ah, an army seems to be heading in this direction. I think we'll go that direction. And you begin following down the winding trails, down the foothills around Bethlehem and towards the Dead Sea. Any conversation that wants to happen during your travels? Very well.
Sounds
Well,
like there's
I
nothing
have-
major. She'd probably ask Chimeg what it feels like to turn into a bird, but that would be idle stuff.
Well, I'm actually interested
You-
to hear
You
this.
can have
so,
that. But
Yes.
Well, the.
Chimeg. Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I hope it's not considered rude to ask, but what you did earlier, changing your form into that of a bird, not just
Yeah.
how to fly, does it feel like to change into that?
that's a good question, actually.
Painful. But I'm used to it, I suppose.
Also,
It's like every bone in your body rearranges itself and changes. Like, yeah, sort of. Imagine if your leg suddenly snapped to become a different joint.
I just look at Cecilia once he says this.
But it's not too bad. I'm getting used to it.
Well, for something so intense, you made it look positively graceful.
Well, it's worth it. Flying is much better than you can imagine.
I can only imagine. I'm sure.
If there's a chance, it might be useful to scout ahead or get a clearer view of the battlefield if there was ever a chance.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well, but I assume they might have other gangrels doing the same thing. And I was also thinking what Father Stuthi said about communications.
Mm-hmm.
Not certain how the battlefield is gonna look, but in worst case scenario, I could always probably get to you.
Well, let's hope it doesn't have to come to that.
You're very low.
Extremely
Seth.
low.
Out of character, would we all be aware of the banners and stuff used to communicate?
Yeah, you guys would have seen some of the banners beforehand. As some of the units were probably in the middle of practice when you arrived at Bethlehem.
I guess the moment we meet up with our units at the line.
Now you're super loud. All right, but no, don't change anything. I'm just gonna change you.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. All right. I was wondering why I had you lowered on Discord earlier. All right. Cool. Great. Keep going. Sorry.
Hi. Yeah, Yeah, I guess the moment that we arrive at the lines, we should check with our units. See what they usually do. Before we assume command.
Yeah. Actually, that seems like a bad idea to go saying, "Hi, we're in charge of you guys. Please tell us how to do that."
No, I don't mean tell us how to do that. I just say which banners do you use? Something like that.
Alright. That's not something you should know, then? I don't know.
No clue. I
No,
would usually
I'm
ask.
not
I would usually ask Cecilia, but she's not here as a character today. The player is not here.
What would you usually ask Cecilia?
About the banners, if we should simply go up to the units and ask them which banners mean what, or if that's a bad idea, or if she knows.
Cecilia would let you know that in most cases, seeing as from what she saw when she was going around the encampment was the mercenaries were kind of the odd liar out. It's probably important to find out what they normally use as signals, but she would assume that the rest of the army, seeing as it appears to be a proper Christian army, would probably use the usual monikers, whether that be... yeah, she'll just say they use the usual monikers.
Could she explain the monikers to us?
Yeah, she'll go ahead and explain that they have various different colored flags that they'll go ahead and use, and they usually have a flag carriers dedicated that follow the commanders around.
Okay, so that's basically what we learn along the way. Good.
Mhm.
Well then. I'm guessing we should make sure to stop in time and make camp whenever we need to, so we can sit out the day.
Mhm.
Sleep out the day, I guess.
Right. At least well, we're the only one here, right? We're traveling alone.
Yeah, you guys are traveling alone. I mean,
Yeah.
you can see that they're... Make me perception awareness, everybody. And for Cassandra, you get to discover what your awareness is.
I think we discovered that before and it was 0. Unless...
I'm double checking for you.
I hate my alert.
Yes, your awareness is 0.
Beautiful.
Mhm.
So it's just perception.
Yep.
Oh,
Uh,
anything else?
The awareness is the supernatural one, right?
Yeah. So I hope her alertness is better. I hope she's not
Oblivious.
7 successes from Ajala, 3 successes from Chimeg.
I
Chimeg has
detail
eye for
stuff.
details, and Ajala
Low
has
light
low light vision. Yeah. Cassandra, I'll
I'm
do the
trying
roll
to
for
figure
you.
out how to roll again. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
So
still
if you
doing
just
that.
scroll down to your main dice pools, you see where it says Perception None. Just go ahead and hit roll on that one. It should be your 3rd dice pool. All right.
Not bad rolls.
Looking out over the night. Oh boy, it's really the 7 successes that kind of does it for you. You would notice that let's see, with most of the way through your travel, when you begin to hear the sounds of the usual birds that frequent water, so seagulls, things like that, beginning to make sounds as you can smell sort of heavy salt water begin to tingle your nostrils. Towards the rocky landscape that begins to lead in the direction of the Dead Sea proper, there is a trail of individuals in ragged, dark flowing clothes, far off, just in a column formation, and they all seem to be chained to one another. And just as quickly as you see them, even though you keep your eyes on them, they seem to vaporize with the night.
Wait. Fata Morganas are something that should happen during the day, not during the night, right? Am I correct? I'm just looking at my colleagues as I say that.
Right? What?
Right there. And I point to in the general direction of where I saw them.
The two of
Yeah,
you
like
look
over
over
there?
and you would see nothing. Just
It was almost
I'm
like a
gonna-
spectral group of people that was weird.
I'm gonna activate Eye of the Beasts just to see if I can see
okay.
anything.
You
Dark
activate Eye
vision.
of the Beast.
Her
Make
eyes light up.
me another same roll, this time with a modifier in your points in animalism.
Not in. This is
Or
protein.
Protean, sorry. I don't know why I called it
Alright,
animalism.
So, all of my protein.
Any dice that you have in Protean, go ahead and add that to the modifiers.
Alright, so I have the 4th level, so that's plus 4
Ooh.
modifier. now.
Oh, holy crap. All right.
The perception awareness modifier 4, difficulty 6.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
Only 3. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Eye for
Yeah.
details. But,
Eye for
yeah.
details. How many 10s were in there? Just one.
Just
So
One.
brings you to 4 again. I'll give it to you. As you are staring at the spot, you think you see the faintest of shivers, and a little bit further down the path from where he pointed out, you, for the brief second, can make out a chain gang of 6 individuals with long, flowing dark capes that are riddled in ruin and torn with age, just slowly walking down the rocky slopes. And just as quickly as you see them, for a few moments, they are gone.
Yeah, there was something. 6 people in ragged clothes. It disappeared though.
Now, I'm quite sure that I've heard of ghosts before, but I don't think I've ever seen them. Would it possibly be ghosts?
Intelligence Occult. Difficulty 7.
Difficulty 7,
Why don't you
intelligence.
ask them and find out?
Oh. Difficulty 7.
I'll join as well if I can.
Does
My
Cassandra want
specialty
to
is
join in?
unfortunately ritual, so I don't think my specialty applies.
It does not apply in this, so 3 successes for you, Ajala.
Mhm.
Would Cassandra try and figure out if they're describing what could possibly be ghosts?
Sure.
All
Why
right.
not? What was it?
You have discovered that your cult is 2.
Cool. And what do I need to roll? Sorry.
So we'll go to your
Intelligence
primary.
occult.
And when
Wait.
we go to your primary, we will go to your cult.
I need a color. I need a color. Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll color those in. And then we go back to dice. And we go intelligence, cult, which is under the knowledges. Difficulty 7, roll. 2 successes. Unfortunately, you don't have a speciality. Oh, either way, you rolled 2. Yeah, so. In that case, Ajala, you'd be Cassandra. You have a heavy suspicion that it could possibly be ghosts. Ajala, though, you don't know where you heard it. Perhaps in the ramblings of Serafino early on. But you remember him going through a number of books in your first year that you spent in the manor, and mentioning the existence of wraiths.
Are
And
they
one of the
bad news?
there wasn't a whole lot of information on wraiths, but one of the local legends was a group of witches that traveled around the Dead Sea and could be seen late at night, and sometimes in the few battles that have happened near the Dead Sea, or at least the few recorded battles that have happened near the Dead Sea, retreating soldiers were known to have seen a group of 6 skeletal figures with odd heads praying.
Wait, Serafino said something about this at one point. And I'll repeat that information.
Okay.
Right.
You wouldn't think that is actually them.
It's what you are both describing.
Yes.
So decent, similar.
Would be really curious. On the one hand, I would be interested to see them up close. On the other hand, that might not be the greatest idea.
Are they bad news?
I'm not entirely sure if they're dangerous. I think they could be. To the best of my ability, do I remember if they were dangerous?
No one ever took the chance to approach them, so there are no records of such.
No clue, basically.
Hmm.
Try to
Uh,
get
you
closer
s-
and
Perhaps it would be the smarter thing to make up camp further away from that location. Then, if they are supernatural beings, then chances are they might be able to hurt us.
it seems rude to kind of go past them without a simple greeting.
I know, but here's the thing, we have no clue what they are or what they could do. What is the smarter option in this case, is what I'm wondering. I've tangled with enough werewolves for my liking in the last few nights,
I
so
don't
let's
want to
hope they are not
disturb.
like that.
I'd rather not disturb spirits. Just let them be.
Do you think they might perhaps have some knowledge of this area that might be useful?
Good question. Here's the thing though, I am curious.
If they seem hostile, we'll just ride away.
Yeah, if we don't get knocked off our horses, if it's truly ghosts, then
Then maybe ride our horses a bit further up, and then if you don't want to split the horses. just-
alright, I'll steer the cart in the direction of the... Are you alright with this, Chimek?
Or
And Cecilia?
In order to ride in that direction, you will have to take yourself off of the main roads.
what time in the evening are we at?
You're starting to get close to sunrise, so you with the travel that you've done so far, and with this conversation that's taking place, the fact that you're close to the Dead Sea, you'd probably put yourself somewhere around 5 a.m. So the sun will rise in an hour or two.
We should make camp
You
soon anyway.
Uh, the celestial attunement.
Celestial
that will get me.
attunement.
Able to accurately guess the hour of sunrise and sunset within a few
Ah.
minutes. Just to make it hard.
Okay. Sunrise will be in 1 hour 37 minutes. As you look towards the horizon, Chimeg, and you see the first bands of purple touching the dark horizon.
We have like more than an hour and a half. And
Right.
that includes setting up camp.
I will say also with your travel at this point, you would be able to see that you would be able to begin to see the edge of the Dead Sea itself on the horizon, and you would see to the left of where the Dead Sea is beginning to appear in your visual, several trails of lazy bonfire smoke coming up. And there would also be further out, beyond visual range of where you are now on the horizon, there would also be a very lazy set of other bonfires.
We could set up camp not too far off the trail here. Or perhaps closer to where those potential wraiths were. Or we set up camp with the rest of the army. I guess the choice is now to make it.
If you push
Oh.
to the Christian army, it will be daytime by the time you reach them.
Oh, we're not going to reach it anyway. Yeah.
Let's see, wait. Let's move over there, I suppose. Worst case scenario, we'll just throw the tarp over the
The wagon.
wagon and we'll be quick.
Alright. So, wraith spotting?
Okay, you go wraith hunting. Whoever is driving the cart, go ahead and make for me. Sorry, Cassandra, I'm gonna touch your character sheet for a second here. Go ahead and make for me a dexterity ride.
Probably the one doing that, right?
If you do not want to rely on your ability to drive a cart, you can also try a manipulation animalkin to try and coax the horses themselves.
I will rely on my dexterity and.
All right, 4
Knowledge.
successes.
Riding.
There are a few bumps and a few grinds and some uneven portions of the dirt pathways and the rocky pathways as you pull off the main road itself. But generally speaking, you are able to get closer and closer to the area that you saw the wraiths disappear at. And as you get closer there, you begin to see the shimmering edge of the Dead Sea grow closer and closer until eventually, about halfway to where you saw them disappear, you now have a very clear visual of the edge of the Dead Sea. There are several homes further south of you, along that coastal edge of the Dead Sea, that are sort of lit up, and you can't really make out what's going on in that town from here, but you do see the houses from here. And on the beach itself are 6 individuals cloistered together, a row of 4 in the back, a row of 3 in front. Wait, no. So 7. My bad. And the 7th individual is smaller than the rest. They're the 4th one on the very end of the left side of the row, but dressed similarly. They would be the size of probably a young teenager. But all 4 of these individuals, while you cannot make out the details of them themselves, their cloaks whip in the wind that is not there, as there's just a very low wind that's going in the opposite direction of the direction that their cloaks is whipping. And they stare out towards the Dead Sea. With Shemeg's dark vision activated, Shemeg, you would be able to see that each of them hold out their hands towards the Dead Sea, almost in a manner of trying to receive something or trying to hold water. And all of their hands are a deep, pale gray.
Do they look like the clothing and the demeanor? Do they look like do they have any like religious symbols or any? Do they look European or?
You wouldn't be able to make out that much detail from where you currently are. If you were to ride closer, perhaps you could make out that detail.
Jala stops the cart and gets off.
Yeah.
Anything to bind the horses to here?
No, you could try putting a stake into the mix of hundreds of loose rocks and the hard caked dirt underneath those rocks.
I'll do it different. I'll get the horses to the side of the cart and bind them to the side of it.
Okay.
It should be a lot harder if they're just with the bridle.
Mhm.
Shouldn't be too easy to get away from.
All right.
Does Cassandra see the wraiths now, or can she still not see them?
I would say at this point, all of you could see them.
So, shall we go have a look? Should we talk to them?
Much time of the day yet left?
1 hour, 15 minutes.
Right. Well, got this far.
Cassandra hops off the cart after feeling like her bones are being smashed against the sides. And yeah.
I'm
Well,
not sure this is a good idea, but
Me neither, but yeah.
Batu does not get off the cart.
it is a bad idea. Right.
Batu's not liking it?
He is just sitting there stoically. He's not making any noises. He's not wagging his tail. He is just staring at them.
Cassandra's getting closer.
I'll follow gingerly.
All right. How close
Yeah,
will the
Batu.
party risk?
Risk.
Cassandra will get pretty damn close.
All right. So as you head
I'll
further,
follow
closer and closer
Cassandra
to
carefully.
as you head closer and closer to the beach itself, eventually the very edge of the Christian encampment would come into sight at the very end of the Dead Sea, along the beach, and you would begin to get clearer and clearer visuals. Each of them has the frame of a woman. Each of them is skinnier, even more skinny than someone who is anemic. And you can tell that despite their heavy cloaks wrapping around them. However, you aren't able to tell ethnicity or anything like that because each of them has dead, pale, grayish skin that is wrinkled, cracked, and to the bone to the extreme. But as you grow closer and closer, eventually, one of them lowers their hands and disappears from the pack.
He makes stops immediately.
From behind all of you, you would hear, "Welcome, children of the night. What brings you to the covenant of the dead?"
Turning around.
Okay, as you all turn
Good
around.
evening. Cassandra would bow her head to him.
Mhm. As you all turn around, you would see an extremely emaciated skeletal figure. But it is not a head of a human that you see staring back at you. It is roughly human and alien-like. The bottom of it, this creature, it has a jaw, it has a nose as normal. However, everything from the temple up curves into what I could only describe as almost an axe head figure. That has grooves, 6 grooves in that axe head figure, like top skull. And that is barely covered at the top by their hood. And in between the 6 grooves are 6 eyes.
What this instantly remind me of when it comes to visual is the angel in Hellboy.
Yes. Close to that. Close to that. Not exactly, but close.
Jala will just let fall out. What are you?
Well, isn't it obvious, sweetheart? And as she speaks, you can see that she has horribly jagged, broken teeth, and they look kind of like the teeth of the mouth of Sauron. If any of you remember that scene.
With all the slime dripping from between.
yeah.
Yeah.
And as she finishes that sentence, a long, dark, black tongue, thick, slimy, and crawling with all sorts of various different maggots of different sizes, curls its way out of the mouth and licks the bottom of the chin before retracting back inside.
Serafina would have loved this. And you seem to know what we are, but
It is quite
Are
clear.
you wraiths?
One could call us that, yes. Just as one could call you nothing but leeches.
I see where that comes from. I didn't mean to insult.
No insult taken. What can the Sisters of the Wicked Knight help you with?
We're not interrupting anything, are we?
No. It is just a small ritual. Blood will be spilt soon.
You are aware.
You watch as the two outer eyes on the top of the skull, even though she's wearing a hood, they just shift and slowly make their way around to the back of the skull. The other eyes lock on to you individually.
Are these grounds, the grounds around the Dead Sea, are they your domain?
The Dead Sea is our home, yes.
Well, we apologize for disturbing it then.
You're not disturbed. No, it is pleasant to have company. Company of an interesting sort. Not only are you children of the night, but I smell the day upon you. Upon your flesh. This interests me, intrigues me. Tell me more. She grows closer to you, Ajala.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking 3 steps closer.
Well, I'll try to stay where I am.
The smell resonates more on this one as she turns 2 of her eyes towards Cassandra. But I can smell its faint embrace on the other 2 of you. Just as well.
Well, I don't think we entirely understand ourselves how it is possible.
Have you heard of that before?
No. That's why I'm interested. Tell me.
She would look to Jala.
Jala would probably, at this point, look at Cecilia for approval, sort of, but yeah, she's not here currently. She might have been the smarter one to stay behind. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Cecilia's taking care of the cart.
What does today smell like?
I wonder
Cassandra
that
asked
too.
curiously.
The day smells like the day. How else would it smell?
I didn't notice it had a particular scent, hence the question. I don't ask questions.
If you are unaware, I do not know how to describe.
Well,
Perchance are you here to have your fortunes told?
Fortune's told.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, do you speak many of us? Many children of the night, as you called us?
No. I know your kind. Brutish. But sometimes pleasant. I have spent time with 3. You will make 4, 5, 6, 7.
May I
Well,
ask
the
who
one in the
three
cart
are?
does not approach, but 7 indeed.
Who are the other 3?
What are you willing to pay to know that information?
Is there anything that you'd particularly want?
A taste, and her tongue flicks out.
What does that entail?
You'll have to find out.
What is she doing?
She's just her eyes are just focused on each of you. Two of her eyes, though, are focused solely on Cassandra, and the other two eyes have shifted to the back of your skull, and you don't know where they went. Uh-oh.
They're probably looking at Cecilia. Huh. This information might be.
Tick-tock.
This information might be worth something. When you say taste, do you mean of all of us or just one of us?
One will be fine for now.
When
I
you
might
say a
live to
taste,
regret this.
to
Sorry?
drink from us?
In a way.
Well, we would need more clarification before. You can't pay a price without knowing what we're paying.
Don't worry, I will not steal your soul tonight. Something more innocent.
Just.
I'm glad to know that we still have souls.
Were you unaware?
Interesting to learn, I guess.
It is wrapped
I sort of
tightly
wonder-
around the creature that others of your kind know as the beast.
I still have several of mine.
I guess I want to know who else came to speak to you.
Yes. Then, and she disappears again and reappears behind Ajala. Are we at an agreement?
Oh, I might live to regret this, but yes.
Okay. So the rest of you watch, and Ajala, you feel as that long, maggoty tongue comes out of her mouth and goes into the ear canal of Ajala.
Ah,
And then it retracts rapidly. Good. Very good. Interesting. As you dig into your ear and try and get rid of the sliminess that is left there, a single maggot falls to the ground.
okay. So, Aldous came to see you?
Yes, yes. I believe the first was known as Rostusi, the second was known as Magdalena, and the third was known as Mara.
Huh.
Did he also make a deal with you?
No, Mara. That will be another taste. This time of you, the one who asked the question.
What exactly is that you did?
Nothing too harmful. Just had a sip of memories, that's all.
Do I feel any different?
Not at all. You just feel like you had a very uncomfortable wet willy.
Did that actually
Sandra will
give you
ask
any memory?
what happens to the memories after you taste them.
You keep them, but I also get to experience them, taste them, know them in their truest form.
Will you tell us at least the memories you taste? So we know which one.
That will cost you something extra.
Out of curiosity, is that a skill you can learn? Let's say someone who's not one of you.
None of your kind have ever tried. But for a price, I'm sure we could attempt such an investigation.
That might be something interesting to keep in mind.
Yes, yes.
Unintended.
Her eyes all shift back to Chimag. Well then, darling, will it be a taste or no taste?
Will you tell us what all three of them wanted from you?
I will tell you what one wanted, and you get to choose the one.
Will you also give us some insight about the area? There's a war to be had here.
What kind of insight do you want?
Well, what the terrain is like, where to best take a fight, where to best leave a fight.
The two armies that stand here are currently set up across the two straits. It is the perfect area to die.
Would you reach not to die?
Never cross one of the rivers. In order to cross the river, you must go down the rocks themselves. This wastes time. There's a ford further up. One could cross.
Rather important information to actually know.
Across to the north? Where is further up?
Yes. That you will have to discover on your own. Now for my days. She slowly just walks towards you, G-Bag.
He tries to stand still.
Mm-hmm. As the tongue begins to come forward and out of the mouth, it does not go in your ear. Luckily, you are a vampire. You have no need to close your eyes. But a part of you wants to twitch and flinch as the tongue lightly rolls over the surface of your left eye.
Wonderful.
Interesting. Violent, very violent. I like you.
Rather curious of which one. But, well,
I'm thinking that whatever Mara did here might be interesting.
Is that your final answer?
She will
I
give that
don't-
one. I'll point at G-Meg.
I don't... I'm not... Brother Astuti freaks me out.
Then would you want to know about him?
Your payment.
Yeah,
Well,
Brother Astuti.
Father Astusi is a man of these lands for a long time. Before he was a father, he was something else, something more dangerous, something twisted. Until he saw the light of God. In that time of being twisted, he had a child. That child died. He wanted to know if she was okay, where she ended up, where her eternal soul rests.
And that's how he found God.
And where does she rest?
She was innocent enough. But currently her soul resides within purgatory. She is being judged. A sin her father committed on her behalf. As the saying goes, the sins of the father.
What was the sin?
That will cost you something else.
You're
For
being
this,
a
I would
bit
ask a
greedy.
drop of blood.
What for?
My own experimentation, of course. What does the blood of, whatever you are, bring about? What sort of concoction can we make?
You'll look between Najala and Cassandra.
Ajala will shake his head if he sees you looking his way, like
45
bad
minutes.
idea.
This knowledge is for Chimek. 45 minutes.
I think that might be enough for now.
Would it be okay if we set up camp at the cart, not far from here?
Well, will you will.
Good. Do you gain anything from the people that might die tomorrow?
Of course, of course. Their eternal souls will wash upon the Dead Sea. And they will be trapped there for a time. And in that time we can make bargains. Bargains for their families, bargains for their loved ones, bargains for anything. And then when it is time for the Reapers to come and collect, we will be there to promise them it will be okay. Welcome to the Dead Sea.
Right. I'm gonna set up the tent.
You do that.
Thank you for your time.
And all of her remaining eyes shift over to Cassandra. What do you want? What do you seek? What do you need?
I need it all. But there are plenty of nights to achieve that.
The promise of a return customer, huh? That could be useful, useful indeed.
While he's walking off, he just turns around again. Is there anything you could do to shift things in our favor tomorrow when it comes to the battle?
There will be a price.
What price would it be?
Let me discuss. And there's a dark whirl of energy, and she pops out of existence for a few moments and then appears before the others that have not moved in any way, shape, or form by the beach itself. And there's a low, faint howl that begins to pick up on the wind. And you hear, it's like the chorus of like a good 100 or so children of different ages, none of them having reached exactly puberty, all speaking at once, and it carries on the wind. And then eventually there is a snap of energy that makes a loud pop as she reappears next to you, Ajala, and puts a gaunt hand on your shoulder. And you can feel every single tiny bone within the hand, all the veins, and what you assume to be the flow of blood within the hand. You can feel it all. And you can even feel the faintest sensation of 12 tiny heartbeats, all at individual rhythms. The prize. The price is steep. 4 souls of those who are to die.
Wait, souls of those who are about to die?
Yes.
I wouldn't even know how to do that.
All you must say is, I consent to those who are about to die. And then I shall do the rest. And you watch as her other hand sort of slowly unfurls. And where once it was just an open hand, there comes to rest a rusted, dark ebony coin that seems to have a black mist flowing from it. We will collect them like coins at the bottom of a fountain. And the coin disappears.
Wait, because I didn't really completely hear that, but from what I understand, I basically have to make people consent.
No, you will consent to 4 people, you don't know who, that will die in the battle. Their souls will become the property of these witches.
But we can't decide which 4.
Correct.
These are just the people who die in that battle.
Mhm.
I think in that case, if that is what Ajala makes it out to be, then he agrees on the spot.
In that case, she goes within her cloak and she takes out a small twig and places it in your hand. And the twig, as it hits your hand, for a few seconds it feels like it's burning into your hand, and then after that it feels like an icicle sitting on top of your hand. Crush this, and you'll receive aid from the Dead Sea itself. But it only works once. Point it at who you want painfully destroyed, and it will do so.
How supernatural will that look?
Very.
Oh.
Figured.
Just out of curiosity, does that work in other places than around the Dead Sea?
It has a limited range, I will tell you. It can travel anywhere along the Jordan, really.
That's useful to know, thank you. Well, time to set up the tent before sunshine hits.
Let's.
Thank you
25
for
minutes
your
left.
hospitality.
Yep. It was a pleasure, darlings. And there is this burst of energy, and you can see there's like
I think we
left
just
behind. Uh-oh.
What happened?
He's back.
Can you guys see me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's this burst of energy as she says goodbye, and almost like the strands of fabric within her cloak hang in the air for a few seconds as she shifts from where she's standing to back where she was in the group, and then the straps of clothing follow along at a much slower pace to where she's standing, and her hands go back into looking to receive something. As the conversation ends, and we will pick back up after our break. See you soon, folks. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup, this time with a whole new view. Our cameras are a bit smaller, but now you can see the map a bit better. So we hope that you will enjoy our battle layout. All right. So, all of you go ahead and make your way to setting up camp. And Ajala, you're sort of heading that off as you set up camp.
Yeah, I'll head towards the camp and start setting it up.
Okay, fantastic.
Probably expecting being judged by the two who follow.
Absolutely.
Are
All
we
right.
setting up camp here?
Yep, we don't have a lot of time left, do we?
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
Yeah, let's camp here, as in we don't want to be seen in the sunlight.
I'll help out with that.
Also, thank you. While setting up camp, you know how they told us this much about Restuce? As in, I can only hope that nobody's gonna ask them about tasting or smelling like sunlight vampires.
Thoughts crossed my mind.
It's gonna be risky.
I'm feeling that we could maybe make a deal about it.
Yeah,
But
that's
I
gonna
don't know
cost
if it
us,
would
though.
stick.
And it's probably not gonna be as easy as sacrificing a few souls of an army.
No, probably not.
But yeah. Let's get this one up.
Right, you guys finish setting up encampment. In the meantime, while the two strong heads are setting up encampment, what is Cassandra up to?
Cassandra would be helping them set up camp, and when they're having that discussion, just kind of have a, again, bemused smile on her face, because, again, that's exactly the reason why she didn't take them up on the offer to get any information for a taste. So, yeah, I mean, she'll help around the camp. I think if what's the dog's name again?
Batu.
Bartu. Is he around when we're setting up camp?
Batu is just stoically staring at the collection of wraiths.
She'd be curious to see if this dog would like her more than the horses, but seeing as he's quite stoic, she's not going to make his mood any worse, potentially, so she'll even do it.
Okay. As Batu stands
Perhaps
guard. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, sort of entering the tent once it's been set up a bit.
She'll stop. Cassandra will say, shake off and make sure there's no... I don't want any maggots in the tent when I sleep. Give yourself a shake, guys.
It is... I didn't expect wraiths to be like that. I don't know what I expected, but...
Didn't really seem like some kind of spirits. I don't know that I think I've met spirits before, but you know.
Yeah, I've not met spirits before, but this... Also, when she touched me, I could actually feel her like she was there in a very weird way. Also, yeah, the tongue thing wasn't exactly... As in, I still feel filthy in my ear.
No, I'd rather not do that again, actually.
Probably not. Anyway. I'm gonna at least try to sleep during the day. I don't know what you're going to do.
Best to keep
Oh, I lost all of you.
same.
You guys are frozen for me. But now you're not.
Yeah, I've noticed as well.
Yeah, you're moving now. I just know that it froze on Chimeg going for a second.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's the Discord servers if we are all experiencing it.
They've been funky today
Yeah.
for some reason.
No, I wasn't in the red for once, so... Must be Discord.
All right,
So
sorry.
what
Did
were you
I?
saying,
Did I? Yeah.
Mel? what did G-Mac say before we went at?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I don't remember.
You don't remember? It's okay. It's okay.
Well,
Well-
I don't remember what, but she said that she didn't want to do that again, and I don't. Sorry, I lost it.
Ajala's going to bed because he needs to rest off some aggravated damage.
Fantastic. How about you spend me that point of willpower, bad boy?
Yes. Where is
Alright.
character sheet?
1 point of willpower, please, and then 5 blood.
And 5 blood.
And you may reduce.
1, 2, 5. So I'm no longer injured, but I am still hurt.
Fantastic. It's better than you were.
Najala just goes into his
No,
Faithful
we do
four.
not want RGB. We want red. Yes, like blood. Vlad is proud.
Sure, Vlad.
All right, moving on. Sorry.
That's fine.
Anyways, is there anything else any of you would like to get done before the sun officially rises?
No, not before it rises. But we're in a cart that's completely covered by now, right?
You have a tent next to the cart
You've
that's
set up
completely
the
covered.
tent.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that is. Yeah.
Unless you want to sleep in the cart, you can totally choose to do that.
No, the tent is fine. But I want to do something during the day, actually.
Ooh.
Sneaky.
Well then, how long into the sunrise will Chimek be getting up and doing this thing?
Probably like she waked an hour after sunrise, and then basically she will not leave the tent. But I think that we can spend the whole day not sleeping and still be fine, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Then she would spend the whole day in ritualistic preparations for the battle.
Okay.
This is a big thing, so she will take the whole day.
Does this differentiate from your usual preparations for the hunt? And if so, how?
Well, it's similar, but it's more like a lot more thorough, I suppose. And she will do some like religious rituals from her hometown, from Tengri, and basically spend the day trying to connect to the beast and try to feel it, to more incorporate it into herself.
You have conviction instinct, correct?
Yes.
Could you make me a conviction instinct roll, difficulty 6?
Alright, so that's both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 3 in each, so that's 6 die then. Well, difficulty 6, you said.
Mm-hmm. 2 successes. Right. So, the way I'm thinking that this looks like, especially since it has a bit of the rituals that you would go through with the Tingri religion, is Shimek very carefully would leave the tent for a little bit. And you know, the camera would kind of stick on the lip of the tent as it flaps in the wind, as the wind is picking up a little bit more heavily in the beginning morning, and we would hear the chirping of the birds in the distance. And you'd probably see one of the larger birds would swoop down and land in front of the tent before a second after it lands, you would just see this flash of stone, and there would be a thwack as it is hit over the head and killed instantly. And Chimek's hand would appear on camera for a few seconds as it dragged the bird away. And then every so often there would be like this brief cut of a different part of the day, and you would begin to see this small pile of stones beginning to form in almost a pyramid-like fashion, or not a pyramid, but a volcanic-like fashion. And eventually, after it got to a certain height, maybe about no larger than a foot, we would see Chi-Meg will appear on camera for a few seconds and be shoving a large stick rod into the center of it, and then doing her best to hammer it down further and further into the pile that she made. She disappears off camera, and some time passes once more, and we see her reappear, and she's got 12 different strands of different colored cloth. And she slowly begins to tie each of the strands onto the pole. And you can see as she ties one strand of cloth onto it, she does a prayer. And when she ties another, she does a different prayer. So on and so forth until all of the pieces of cloth have been tied to the pole. And as she finishes that, when it starts to become closer and closer to night and the sun begins to set in the background, you see that she takes several of the feathers from the bird that she killed, and she carefully begins going in a circle around this small group of prayer stones, and she begins placing the feathers down as she's going through this prayer. And she takes from her small leather pouch a couple of the bones from that very same bird, and also lays them out very precisely in different locations around the stones. And then lastly, just as the sun finishes setting, she takes out what she usually uses as her cup to drink when she travels. She takes that out, and we can see that it's been covered with a piece of leather, and she takes off the piece of leather and slowly pours out the blood from that bird onto the rod of wood that is now covered in these cloth bands, and the blood just drips down it very slowly as she finishes off her prayer, and night is here. Right. The rest of you rouse.
Good evening.
Good evening. As you come out, you can see Chi-Meg standing there in front of it.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I got it's the windiest balls outside.
No, when you come outside of the tent, you can see Chi-Meg standing in front of the pile, and just standing there. Morning.
I'm to head towards the rest of the army, I guess. Oh,
Time for a war.
give me a second, and we'll take the tent down. Before he starts taking the tent down, he will armor up, because he's like, once we reach the army, I don't know how quick this is gonna go.
Yeah.
And henceforth.
Yeah, Chi-Meg will also get her armor on.
And then packing the tent.
Okay.
And leaving for the front.
Fantastic. Cassandra, would you like to make any preparations before you ride towards the front proper?
Yeah, she'll put on her armor that she, first time she remembers ever putting on armor like this, so...
Mm-hmm.
You need any help with that?
She'll
Jill
not.
will ask.
She's not even gonna hide it, it's like... It's not easier when you have several servants doing it for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And Jill starts helping out with the armor.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of armor is it?
I don't remember what she got. I'm assuming it's like armor. Do you remember? I didn't write it down. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. We could say, you have a very decorative gambeson that you put on, and then probably from
bad.
the armory when you guys made it to when you guys were in town itself. You guys may have suggested that she take a half hauberk, and you sort of help her into that hauberk, Jala. And
Alright.
you might even take the time to teach her the intricacies of the wiggle dance to put on the armor by herself in the future.
I do along the way. But this is how this works.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All right, everyone on the cart, are you on your horses? Mind the horses in front of the cart again, and
Which horses are in front of the cart now? Is Chimix?
yours is probably separate, I think. I don't know.
Cecilia's horse would be there to pull the cart,
And mine.
and yours, and the extra loner for Cassandra.
Which she's not always able to get onto that one.
Alright, so probably then maybe the loner and Ajalas in front of the.
Sure.
And Cecilia probably on her own
yeah.
horse, yeah,
I don't know.
I'd say.
That sounds
And
like a
make our way
misguided.
to the camp.
Eventually, you begin making your way to the camp. And as you guys begin getting closer and closer to the encampment, make me perception alertness. And Cassandra, you find out that you don't have any points in alertness.
What the fuck?
As long as I don't see people being around, I would want to have Eyes of the Beast activated if I can.
Okay. Would you keep them activated as you get closer to the encampment and you think people will begin to be able to see your eyes?
No.
Okay.
Not if it. I think it might be visible.
Okay. All right. So Chimeg, you think you see something, but before you're able to really bring it up, Ajala points out that there is a small group of 5 crossbowmen that are hung low in one of the crevices of the rock face, that are sort of beginning to watch as you are taking the road towards the main army itself. And just as you get within range, they all pop up and say, "Oh, who goes there?"
I'm guessing that this is probably a moment on which Cecilia rides forward and is like, Cecilia of Montfort, I'm here
Absolutely.
to command my army.
Absolutely, that is exactly what happens. Cecilia rides forward and announces herself, and then also announces each of you. You would see the group of them kind of nod their heads. "Welcome to the front, my lords. Go on ahead." And the one closest to the encampment sort of pulls up a horn and takes a few steps onto a higher rock and blows into this horn and rings out over the night. And there's a resounding one that comes back from the encampment. The guy who blows the horn says, "All right, route's clear. Go on ahead."
Right, let's go.
All right. Eventually, though, as you get closer and closer to encampment, you can see that they've set up a number of various different cavalry spikes to make sure that they aren't ambushed while they're encamped. You can see that there are small groups of patrols making their way up and down the various different rivers and also close to any of the shrubbery that anyone could hide in. There is a large group of horses that is being cared for off in the distance. But the respective commanders for your various units approach, their helmets in hand, and salute as you get closer.
Right. I, for some reason, imagine that Cecilia really takes the front in this.
Mm-hmm.
For the time being, so it just sort of talks to them before we sort of, I guess in this case, split off.
Okay.
And she probably has her own section of the army to lead.
Mm-hmm.
Is that an idea?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
And with you guys, so for our viewers, I had everybody decide what units they would be commanding for the battle. before we started streaming. So we'll say that Cecilia takes a portion that we won't see during the battle to go defend the ford and push into the enemy's rear, whereas you guys will head up your forces. And I think the cameras froze again. There
Yep.
they go.
Yeah, they did for a second.
Good. Okay.
You guys will take your forces, and we'll see that portion of the battle.
Mhm.
Eventually, the armies are split properly, and you find out that even the mercenaries are using the standardization of the flags, or they're even able to do drums, should that
That
be
is
necessary.
useful. The more all of that is the same, the easier it is for us.
But your main contact for the army, should you guys want to get anything done before the battle properly starts, is going to be Sergeant Istano.
I completely forgot to ask something.
Yes.
During the day sleep, were any memories triggered?
That is a good point. One of you would have had a memory trigger, and it's our newest member of the coterie. And this will be the reveal of one of your disciplines. So, rewinding time a bit, as we can sort of see Chimeg outside of the tent, setting up the stones, doing her ritualistic prayers. The camera would briefly focus on Cassandra. Cassandra, at first your sleep is nothing but darkness. Soothing, calming, interrupted lightly by the crashing waves of the Dead Sea against the beaches. Until eventually, you would see a spark of purplish energy far off in the distance of the darkness. Unwillingly, you can feel your feet begin to move underneath you, as you feel as though you were walking down a cobbled street. You walk, and it feels as though this light never grows closer. Until eventually, for some reason you blink. And the next thing you see is... there is no purplish energy before you. Instead, you are in the streets of a large city. There is no heraldry, unfortunately, to tell you what city it is, but you can see it's a style of both Greek and European make. The Greek made buildings seem to be on the older side, and many of them are a bit run down. A few have been well kept up, but not very many of them. And as you walk through these streets, eventually, you find yourself walking past an old rickety gated fence. It is nighttime, and the street itself is lit by various candles and torches and street lanterns. And as you walk by this gated fence to your left, you look in the direction, and in unison, all the lights on the street go dark. You don't lose sight of anything. For some reason, you maintain your vision. And before you, you can see a small hill that slowly goes up and towards the mountains. And on that hill, you would see hundreds and hundreds of headstones. With no control over your body, you begin to walk into the cemetery. And as you go uphill, you cross dozens of headstones until finally the smells of the city begin to slowly fade behind you. And you come to an open grave with a casket still open at the bottom. The casket is old, heavily worn, and has several holes chewed through it by years of termites. And in the bottom of that casket are the dried bones of an individual. You're not sure who. But you simply look down at them, say, "Good evening. Could you rise for me?" And there's a rattling of the bones as slowly it begins to rise. And your dream cuts to darkness, as now you know that your third discipline is necromancy.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
We have a necromancer. Nice.
Gonna come in handy in a war.
Yeah. Raise the
We
dead.
never lose. We never lose people.
You just put them back on their feet.
All right. But sorry, with that bit of a rewind, is there anything that you would have mentioned at all when everyone first woke up, or anything like that?
Is there any dead animals nearby?
Make me perception alertness. You
Bird.
don't have alertness, so just perception.
It's being really slow to the point where, again, like my laptop, I was trying to write notes and I couldn't
Okay.
even get a sentence. It kept
That's fine.
crashing,
I got it.
so-
I got it.
Thank you.
Give me dice perception. 1 success. There is the scattered bones, feathers, and blood of a bird that Chimek has slaughtered recently, but that's not what catches your attention with 1 success. With 1 success, instead, what you catch is an odd feeling in your left pocket. And as you look down, you can see that there's a bit of a lump in your pocket that wasn't there before. You reach your hand in, and as you can feel something hard and bony-like in your pocket. And as you pull it out, you find the skeletal remains of a large mouse. Perfectly intact, somehow held together.
She's really questioning how the fuck that got there. Guessing a dream. But she wants to see if maybe it was just a dream. Maybe her hoping that these memories would come has, so she's gonna try, and then once she tries and figures it out, then she's gonna probably accuse people of putting a dead mouse in her pocket, whatever. But for now, she wants to try. Her
Sure,
discipline.
I've got to run over to necromancy. Make sure I get the right one, because there's a lot of different paths of necromancy, so hold on.
Rising
Is she
Cold-
aware of any, necromancy being maybe not looked well upon in these areas? Is there anything she's aware of? No, beautiful.
Amnesia's a bitch. Okay.
Writing a letter to Bot. I can do a thing. Should I keep it quiet? Meanwhile, 3 villages spread rumors about a necromancer.
Okay, so what you're gonna attempt to raise this mouse?
Sure.
All right. Wits occult difficulty 7, and you will have to spend a point of blood. So if you want to do that, just tell me yes, and I'll go ahead and do it for you.
Yeah, she wants to just to prove it's real.
All right. So wits occult. Your occult is a 2. Make sure I have that in. Yeah, because we discovered occult earlier. Yeah. Difficulty 7. All right, we're looking for at least 1 success. 1 success! You may
Okay.
raise a single corp and give it a simple command.
what counts as a simple command?
Let's see if it specifies. So, she may give them a single command. These animated corpses have no judgment or intelligence and will follow any instruction literally. They can follow straightforward commands, sweep this room every day until the dust and cobwebs are gone, or hold this door shut indefinitely. Are suitable commands: subdue any mortal who enters this room or construct a shed are not. The animated corpses have physical attributes at half the vampire's
Climb onto the
necromancy
armored
dots.
man's shoulder.
Okay. And with that, you watch as this purplish wisp of breath leaves you and slowly creeps its way towards the skeleton in your hand. And as the energy reaches it, it crawls through the various bones, and you can see almost like veins going through stone, almost like mineral veins going through stone. You see these veins of purple begin to form and slightly glow on the outside of the skeleton until they disappear. And when they disappear, the skeleton rises slightly and begins skittering down your arm, and skitters down your body, down your leg, until finally it makes its way towards Ajala. And it looks towards Ajala and then skitters up the back of his cloak onto his armor. And Ajala, you look over to see a skeletal, a slightly larger than normal skeletal mouse perch itself on your shoulder.
He will swat that away.
Okay.
Like, what is this? Ah!
Dexterity brawl.
Oh no. If this is a botch, that's going to be amazing. Dexterity brawl. I'm going to just switch out the melee for brawl. Where is brawl? Brawl. Should be in here, no? Oh, it's in there. No modifiers, I'm guessing 6. Two successes.
Okay, so it's going to it has 2 dice in order to try and get out of the way. That's how you write it. 0 successes. So you smack it. Its health.
Waft it off my armor, basically, off my
Yeah.
shoulder.
It's then going to try and soak that with 2 dice. 1 success. Okay, so it goes from okay to a -1, but it's still a necromantic creature. So it kind of just shakes itself off as it smacks into the to the stony ground below, and begins making its way back towards Ajala and begins trying to skitter up his cloak.
Am I
What is
in
going-
there?
Yeah, you would be
I'm
able to
here.
notice this.
I'd like to stomp it.
Okay, you try and stomp it.
Yeah, what's going on, right?
We don't know that it's yours.
Yeah.
No.
Dexterity brawl.
Alright.
Cassandra, you're just watching this with, I guess, either pure amazement, shock, or glee.
She's doing okay. Imagine, those lollipop stick cups or mugs that kids make for their parents. Imagine if you made
Jesus
it for your parent and your parent smashed it.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the
wow.
look on her face. She's like, she just kind of gasps and say, "Please don't. I just did a thing."
All right, it's
Wait,
gonna attempt
what?
to dodge. 1 success brings that down to 5 successes. So 5 damage. What's your strength score?
3.
7, 8. So then. Alright, okay. It's still dead. As you smash on it, and the tiny bones of the mouse just crumple and crack.
Where did that come from?
Fuck is that?
Well, one of you put it in my pocket. I just
Wait, what?
was it in my pocket before.
The fuck was it moving?
Is this something to do with those wraiths from yesterday night? Does this have to do?
You can see,
Don't
by the
give
way,
them
they are
credit,
still
this is
out on the beach, still holding their hands up.
Don't
What
give
do
them
you mean?
credit.
Don't give them credit.
It's mine. I did it. I had a dream.
You did
that
that.
I had a dream I did a thing, and I woke up and I tried to do the thing, and I could do the thing.
Wait, you can animate dead mouses?
She kind of
Mice?
gestures. Well, I'm assuming dead things.
That is useful.
In my dream, it was an open grave.
No, that is creepy.
No. Yeah, okay, it's creepy,
suppose it
but
can
then
be
again, it's
both.
also useful. Like on the
Sure.
battlefield. Would you be able to get soldiers back up that fall?
I can certainly try to.
We should. That could be in our favor.
Creepy and useful or not, they could be joint. They're not just separate things.
So-
Alright.
Would I know what necromancy is with my 5 in occult?
Intelligence occult.
Hmm?
Oh, wait a minute. You have 5 in occult?
Yeah.
No, you know what
Mhm.
necromancy is. Yeah.
Fucking hell, yeah. I mean,
So
I-
you're a necromancer. Like some of the vampires clans do things with the dead, like
What kinds?
apparently this.
What ones?
I thought it was talking to spirits and such, but well, we did that yesterday, and
Was that because of her?
maybe.
I doubt it. You both saw them first way before I did. Basically,
Yeah, that's a fair
That
answer.
doesn't mean
yeah.
you didn't like make them do things.
Cecilia also does stuff with bones, but she doesn't reanimate creatures. But does this also mean that you can extract information from corpses? Because from what I understood, it was talking to the spirits of the deceased, but apparently you can do stuff with the bones?
I will have to experiment. But what hands can do this?
When she says experiments, I just look in the general direction of Cecilia again, like, yeah, we know one like that.
Yes. Try to keep them. Just if you're gonna animate them on the battlefield,
not?
try to do the one that looks whole.
I don't know if you guys have heard, but she's asked several times what clans.
I think the Cappadocians?
Would you like to make an intelligence occult to know more?
To see if I'm sure. Intelligence what?
Intelligence occult difficulty 6 to see if you know what clans are able to do necromancy.
Alright, difficulty 6. 3 successes.
3 successes. Yeah, you know the clans. The clans are as follows: Cappadocians, Nagaraja, Harbinger of
Nagara.
Skulls, the Semeti, and the Giovanni.
So I mentioned those. Those are the
Cappadocian.
vampire bloodlines that I'm aware of. Don't know. When it comes to magic and vampires, I tend to remember things better, which is weird because all of the rest of the shit I just forget.
Do you know if this is a skill that is looked down upon or not?
I wouldn't imagine so, as in it's powerful. If anything, it's probably wanted.
Anyone who would like to make me that check can make me a intelligence politics.
I would like to. Can I make that check myself?
Sure, you
Joe
may make
probably
me
has no
intelligence
idea.
politics.
Can you
However,
please send me the list of those clans later? Because she'll probably ask.
sure, absolutely, I'll send you
talk
those.
to me about it at some point.
Do that right now.
My wounds are constantly taken in account.
Please roll for me.
Meow.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, my cat is meowing. I tend to meow back.
Holy shit.
Oof. Oof.
G-Meg out.
Oof.
Okay,
G-Meg
G-Meg,
is
that's
certain about
special.
what she
Sorry.
knows.
I need to do the roll for you. I called for... What did I fucking call for?
Intelligence, politics.
Intelligence, politics.
Two decent rolls.
Politico.
I want to say that's. Is that 6?
Your politics is that. Your politics listed is that. Okay, yeah. So yeah. So your politics should be a 2. So I've adjusted that for you, and
Yay.
Jala's not entirely sure, but he thinks it's cool.
There was a brief conversation about this, and you can choose whether or not it was with Bart or you know who, as to the fact that necromancy is seen as a very useful skill. However, it's seen as something that should be heavily controlled, if at all possible. And usually the Cappadocians are the ones who want to control it. Those Samedi who are able to do it sort of buck that tradition, and there have been known to be blood feuds between the two clans because of it.
Okay. I'm gonna say you know who had this convo.
Okay.
I think that's
Yeah. All right.
Unless you think otherwise.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. She'd ask that question to herself and then go, I think if I keep myself in line, it'll be fine. Don't worry.
Well, good that you're discovering things.
Yeah. I mean, that really narrows down what clan I'm a part of.
Well, one of the possibilities, at least. Yeah. Let's get to the army, though. As in...
Sorry, what did you roll in your... Hold on. You rolled 3 successes on that roll to know the clans, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I will let you know that there are... It could be a clan that is not listed, because some clans are sub-clans of other clans.
Have offshoots, like bloodlines.
Yeah, offshoot bloodlines. So, but you're not sure about which ones those are.
Yeah, if I'm not sure about which ones those are, I'll just mention that there's like differences sometimes been underneath a clan. Like I know that the Assamites have that. But yeah, I'm not sure which ones or how that works beyond my own clan. So yeah, hereby you also discover that Ajala is a Assamite to the hand, perhaps, if that wasn't mentioned before. As he takes down the tent.
Fantastic. And then unless anyone wants to say anything else.
I'm good.
Fantastic. Fast forward! Who goes there? Yada yada yada. Back to back to you're now in an encampment. This time it's the military encampment. So Cecilia and the forces that she will command kind of split off, and you guys have the sergeant to relay anything that you need to relay before the battle.
Oh, G-Meg?
Well, I was considering how you plan on crossing the river.
We had begun to make a bridge. It will be ready in 4 or 5 hours.
Bridge?
Why a bridge?
Well, unless you know a ford.
I do.
We do.
Excellent information. Please do tell. And this is going from semi-Italian to Russian very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
To the north. Further up. It should probably just take us 3 hours to go to the other side of here. The long run ground.
That will cut this down tremendously.
Yeah, also leave us less open for ambushes.
Sorry, just checking the Discord chat.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I should get them in together, and I will prepare them in. Excuse me. And he makes his way away, and he goes in. He will tell each of the various different units who you are, what you look like, the fact that you'll be leading them, yada yada yada, because we'll have taken those predeterminations. And for our audience, we're going to jump over to the unit selection page. And if you guys... so, Chimeg has decided that she is going to go with the cavalry. Because, naturally, why not? So she's going to be taking sword cavalry, mounted sergeants, and mercenary lancers. Our wonderful old Jala has decided that he'll take all the footmen in the world, aside from one. So he's going to be taking the mercenary spearmen, the regular spearmen, the spearmen sergeants, which some of you may remember from Medieval 2 Total War, and the light men-at-arms. And then last but not least, we have our brand new Cassandra leading her own troops on the battle. She has elected to go with the gathered together peasant levies of our wonderful Barty. And he has provided for them some pike militia, levy archers, and peasant crossbowmen. All right. So, let's jump over to the battle map, shall we? And when we jump over to the battle map, I also need to change over our screen. Ha-ha! Now
A
we
light
have
bit of
our
information
new
in the
overlay.
meanwhile.
Yep.
There was a bit of contact with Azzy right now in the general chat.
There has
of
been,
us personally, in which it was mentioned that deals were made, and the question was asked if it were good deals. And I replied, of course they were good deals. And Jala agreed to one instantly. What the hell could go wrong with that?
Absolutely. What could go wrong with the deals that were made? Who knows?
Who knows?
We'll find out. Maybe, possibly.
The fighting hasn't started yet. I'm
Yeah,
not sure if
Praz
he
is
was
probably
able
not
to
watching.
join
He
this.
just saw the screenshot or the image that you posted.
Mm.
All right. Whew. So, as your various forces gather up, and we introduce the lovely people to the battle map, we won't be doing a breakdown of how this system works, unfortunately, for you lovely people at home, but I'm sure for many of you, you can watch along and you'll probably pick it up very quickly. It's a very simple system. We're using a slightly cut down version of the Kingdoms in Warfare system. I know I say cut down because I know there's a few small rules here and there that we aren't using, such as the martial advantages, and I don't think we're using the reducing front lines rule, and a few other small ones here and there. But besides that,
Thank you, Matthew Colville.
yes, thank you very much, Matt Colville. We greatly appreciate you, your wonderful voice, and all those DMing videos that you posted for me to spend hours watching. Either way, eventually the armies would begin to, or the army begins making its way to the forward, and as it does, you would hear from across this flat, open, rocky battlefield that you see before you, beautifully shadowed by a full moon that has taken place over tonight's battlefield, with the distant sound of the Dead Sea lapping against the shores not too far away. You hear several horns kick up over the night sky in the direction of the Muslim encampment.
Jala looks up and's like, I'm so happy we're not in Jerusalem tonight.
All right,
Full moon.
fantastic. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. Oh yeah, no, full moon, bunch of werewolves. That would be real bad.
I'm really happy we're not in Jerusalem. I already got nearly torn into two by one, so yeah.
Mhm.
No thanks.
I'm going to go ahead and pop out the turn order. And I'm going to go ahead and get you guys' tokens down at the bottom of the
Yes.
screen.
Somewhere. Ooh.
We'll start putting them down here. So let me grab everybody's token. G-Meg.
Go.
Cecilia. Well, nope, Cecilia's in that other one. Cassandra,
Yeah,
we already
it's
have.
off camera.
Serafino's not here, which means we just have Ajala. Woo!
No.
All right, man. What would this battle have been if Serafino and Cecilia were here for it? Who knows?
I think a lot of darkness, a lot of tentacles, and possibly a Zulu form.
And for our lovely audience, I will go ahead and show you Al-Musat, the enemy commander, across the field from you.
There we go.
His armies begin to march out over the flat, rocky terrain in the direction of the Christian armies. You can see that they are wearing a very dark clothing. So dark grays and blacks with beautiful, vibrant red turbans, sort of dull metal that looks like it's been rusted slightly here and there with some of the units. Chainmail hangs over their uniforms and their gambesons, and you can see, don't get me wrong, Christian armies, they love their flags. But this army loves their flags. As you see a good 10 different flags of various different colors and shapes and sizes with various different cultural and religious writings on them are displayed in each unit on the Muslim side as they begin to come into view. And you can only make this out because of the torches that each unit carries, but you can see that towards the rear of the army that's beginning to march out onto the field, you can see that they are beginning to set up a bit of a platform in the back, and they're moving. You see several individuals in ragged clothes moving this large wooden platform out, and they put a comfortable chair, table, and start bringing out drinks and food. They plant a large, beautiful flag next to this platform that they put there, and you see Al-Muscat in all his glory make his way out and onto the platform, dressed in heavy chainmail, and it's a mix of chainmail and silk gambesons with a beautiful black turban. Make his way onto the platform and sits in the chair that they prepare for him. And with that, let me go ahead and reduce his photo.
A cheeky bastard.
He is a cheeky bastard. You also see that the servants that he has with him bring out these 4 large braziers and place it around his platform and light them, and it sort of gives this massive shining light in the direction of the enemy, and kind of gives this ominous shadow to the army that stands in front of these large braziers as they cast these long shadows over the battlefield now. And the braziers themselves are large enough where a small bonfire has been placed in each.
Ajala's just tempted and fingering that trinket that he got last night and just, don't do it, don't do it. It's a last resort. It would be so funny though.
Hilarious. But as you're watching this display happening, your army itself is beginning to march properly down onto the field, coming from the north and making its way further down south. And unfortunately, you guys don't have any braziers to pretty or gussy yourselves up or make yourselves look more ominous. However, your units begin to take form and shape on the battlefield in the various different colors. Some units in beautiful, well-kept whites, others in dark blacks, and some even in beautiful crimson, much like Cecilia's armor. You can see that that particular unit is the Lancers.
I'm convinced that she probably found some way of standing out from the distance.
Absolutely. And it as you can see the mercenary lancers making their way onto the field, as I'm assuming you guys kind of were ahead of the army and you're waiting for the rest of the army to finish moving into place. You can see that Cecilia has gone in and drawn that pentagram on the center of the gambesons of each of the mercenary lancers, just to show everybody else up.
Quick question out of curiosity: is Cassandra on horseback?
That is a good question.
Did she manage to get onto her horse this night?
Or are you having a servant drive you around in the cart?
Obviously.
That would be great.
That would be so awkward, but I am imagining that cart is with us right now, so...
Yes.
You want to do that? All right, fantastic. So let me give you the visual. Let's do this. Ajala, if you could describe the way that you look, the way that you're dressed, the way that your horse also looks, and then I'll have Chimag do the same, and then I will describe how the cart has been pimped for this battle.
Well, considering that Cecilia went and bought a lot of red stuff, I imagine that Ajala's wearing red robes under his armor. And he's probably hooded right now, so I'm actually almost in shape. And he's on horseback, just readying for battle, and his spear in one hand, shield dangling by the other hand, which he has the reins. G-Meg's probably also somewhere nearby, I'm guessing.
Yeah, just across from you. Chimeg, would you like to describe yourself? Unless you had anything else, Ajala.
Well, G-Meg first.
Well, I suppose that if everyone is going with the red theme, Chimeg would have opted into that, and basically have the she has a composite armor on now, and under that have the same kind of red color. And other than that, her hair is braided in very tight braids, and it's full with colorful ribbons in it. And she's sitting on her horse. She has her bow already strung, and she has everything in order, and she looks just stoic and ready.
Fantastic.
And behind that is a cart dragged by two horses.
Behind that, a cart dragged by two horses.
In front, menning it like, why did I get this job?
What you see on this cart, by the way, they've taken off the canopy for the cart, and initially it was just you, this poor driver, in this cart. But after seeing the way that they have displayed the enemy commander, you watch as some of the spearmen sergeants sort of look at each other and they discuss, and that discussion kind of goes down the line until eventually it gets to one of the mounted sergeants, and they kind of agree. One of the mounted sergeants rides his way back to the rear of the line, and a few minutes later, as you guys are taking up positions, he rides back with a few other riders on some of the reserve horses. And strapped down to one of the reserve horses, they have a bit of a chair. And they also have a small circular wooden table. It's not very well built. The third leg's kind of but it's okay. They have a bottle of wine and a bronze chalice, and they bring that over and they set it up in the back of the cart, and then help Cassandra into it, to pimp your cart before returning to their formations.
She appreciates the wine.
Fantastic.
Not much else about this scenario.
Fantastic. And while they did bring you like a wine pitcher and a chalice, it's actually just filled with a really cheap brewed ale. They didn't have any wine.
Anything about this?
Either way though. So, shall we begin? I would like each of you go ahead and click on your tokens. And I need you to make me an initiative roll because, Cassandra, you're having issues with your character sheet. I'll go ahead and do that for you.
I think I have him selected.
Actually,
Right.
this computer.
Here we go.
1 second. Oop. And
Was it just me or were my initiative rolls shitty as fuck on this character the last few times?
I don't know if it's just you or the character.
I don't know either.
What was? How did you roll
7.
initiative?
Go to
Like
your dice
that
pools.
from,
Scroll down below your main dice pools, and you'll see initiative. It should be dexterity,
Dexterity,
wits.
wits.
Oh,
Difficulty
there we
6. Yeah.
Difficulty of 6.
G-Mag with a 10. G-Mag with a 10.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. There we go. All right.
Nice.
And then for Al Muscat, I'm going to. Let me see if I can do this.
Hoping he rolls so low. But yeah, we'll see.
I will roll from. Who do you have a similar set to? You have a similar set to Gabriel, so I'll use Gabriel's initiative tracker thing.
Unfair. Gabriel's way more powerful.
I'm just using him for the initiative because they have the same amount of dice for initiative.
Yep.
Alrighty. So,
While we are making formation, by the way, since he's on such a grand display, I would actually be peering in this direction to see if there's.
uh-oh. Discord froze.
Of our... Sorry?
Discord
Okay.
froze.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
As you're looking
What I
in
was
his
asking-
direction, continue.
Yeah, if there's anyone in the shadows or around him that is sort of lurking as a, let's say, observer of being a more important person, but being in the shadows, like one of a K-Knight persuasion would do.
Perception awareness.
Whoop.
He was mortal, right?
Yeah, he's usually,
From
he's
what you
supposed
know,
to be
mortal. From what you know. You don't know otherwise.
Awareness. I am using my heightened senses for this, and is my wound penalty active for this?
No.
Where did I switch that on and off again?
Wound penalty, yes, no.
Oh no, I only just saw that. Why does it stay on yes? There we go. Oof, only 3 successes.
3 successes. Second. As he's there, I'll do this. And this is going to kind of reveal who it is to you guys, but or at least I think it will. Yeah, it's gonna reveal who's there. You may have already guessed because I used his character sheet once already. But
Oh,
I
no.
will go ahead and
Or not?
let's see here. He needs dexterity, stealth. So where is your stealth, good sir? There it is.
He's gonna be invisible to me. Oof.
He does have a speciality. God, though, with that many dice,
Mm.
come on now. You had 10 dice, bro. You only got 4 successes with the 10.
Yeah, I also had a disappointing perception roll compared to
Yeah.
usual.
All right. For a moment, you thought you saw something, but your mind quickly wipes it out as no. It's just the casting of the shadows by the brazier.
Yeah, must have been my imagination.
Must have been the wind.
Yeah, that arrow that stuck in my forehead must have been the wind.
Absolutely.
Oh, Skyrim. Sorry.
So, as Al Musat rolled 17, that means everybody else
That we
gets to
get to
deploy
start up.
first. So we'll
Yep.
start with Chimeg. Where would you? Oh, Chimeg, you're all cavalry, so
I
you
would
don't
stay on the
have to deploy. Your units just stay on the sidelines until they get into the battle. Ajala, first to actually deploy on the field. Where and how would you like to deploy? And if you could please tell us what unit you're moving.
I would like to
and then
try
where
and
you're
deploy,
moving
but
them.
okay, I think I finally got control of Roll20.
Mhm.
I am gonna leave a gap somewhere for the. Oh, Jesus, I hate Roll20 when it comes to shit like this.
Sorry.
This is so user unfriendly. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put a bunch of spearmen in the back to defend the rear.
Mhm.
I am gonna leave a gap in the middle for a particular unit.
Okay.
Let's see, which others do I have? Men at arms.
When leaving that gap, will you communicate your desires to your
Yes.
fellow commander?
I will point out to Cassandra to put the you know who there. What's their name again?
Pike
The Pike
militia.
militia. Yes.
Which one there? Sorry, where? Because
The Pike militia is I expect the Pike militia in the middle, basically.
in the middle.
Yep.
Okay.
So you will be able to move the Pike
Sandra,
militia on
follow
your
that?
turn. Yep.
You might need to remind me because I can't express how shitty Roll20's being now. It's freaking the fuck out.
That's fine. I
A
can do
lot
it for
of
you.
zooming
That's
in and dragging.
Yeah.
So, are you deployed, good sir?
I think so. Those are all my units, right?
Let me double check
Roll20 is
here.
being really weird and sticking to my mouse.
What's the-
Mercenary spearmen, light men at arms, spearmen sergeants, and the regular spearmen. I do believe that is everyone. Yes.
All right.
Wasn't there a thing of bowmen needing to be
There
flanked
is
by friendlies?
No,
Have
not
to
flanked
be in
by
the
friendlies.
center.
They have to be in the center.
Okay. Okay, it's just that they need before in the rear and the okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that is Ajala's forces deployed. Cassandra now deploys her forces. You said you were going to go ahead and follow through with the order to move the Pike militia to the center, so I will do that for you. Since Roll20 is being difficult for everybody else.
I literally can't even zoom in because it keeps on zooming me off the map, so there's only whiteness, and then
I gotcha.
this is-
All right. And where would you like to deploy the artillery units in the center? In any particular order or just in the center?
I can't fucking see the center, so
Toss them in there.
Yeah, just fucking toss them in there, mate. I can't see shit.
Very well. Tossing them in.
There isn't like any position where, you know, we might be protecting someone or anything.
They are the archers and the crossbowmen. I think everyone needs to be protecting them.
Why did one of my units just jump off the screen?
I didn't do it.
They're already fleeing. That's a bad sign.
Hold on. I'll move them back.
Oh,
Doop.
thank you.
There you go. All right, now stack up the cavalry. For those of you wondering at home why I'm leaning over so heavily, it's because I have two different screens, and one of them is a giant TV screen where the actual you guys can see, and that's where the battle is happening. So I apologize if I'm leaning over, but yeah, it's just what happens.
I've got the same issue here, so but it's not that giant. But
Mm-hmm. All right. So, with your army deployed, our
against
friend...
his better judgment, by the way, Ajala will join near the light men at arms.
Okay, with the light men-at-arms. Hold on, I gotta zoom in to see who that is. That is these guys. So we'll put your little
the
token
middle.
there. Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. All right. Chimag, will you be joining with any particular unit?
Yes, I think I will be joining the sword cavalry.
Okay, you'll be joining with the sword cavalry, who I believe are these guys. I'll zoom in for that. Yes, sword cavalry. Fantastic. All right. So when
Would
you
you believe
move
I'm
those
actually
units, just make
nervous
sure
about it?
to. Sorry.
Would you believe that I'm actually nervous about this? I'm more nervous about this than about the fight with the 3 werewolves.
Yeah. So. Now, luckily, I'm not going to punish my players if their units rout, so we don't have to worry about that yet. Perhaps in the future, we'll see. But Cassandra, because you are in the cart, we'll say you stay in the cart and you just follow the units around in the cart, if that's okay with you.
That's the reason.
Amazing.
Well,
That
as if I
cart just
wouldn't have done
wobbling.
that anyway.
Okay, fantastic. All
I
right.
love to
I have
imagine
no
that.
alertness and no awareness. So imagine somebody with no alertness trying to fight with other people. She wouldn't even notice when she's stabbed in the back. For fuck's sake, bro.
All right. So now that your army is deployed, comes the enemy's deployment. Looking at you guys' deployment, oh boy. All right. I'm going to use my other screen, and I'm just going to make it so that people can see.
I am so aware that certain mercenaries will be 1 block away. I hate this initiative order.
I know. It's an unfortunate reality of war, as the Hashashi mercenaries make their way onto the battlefield, deployed in the reserve of the enemy.
And keep in mind, indeed, that those have the charge ability.
They have the charge ability and they have the meld ability.
Which is
Ladies,
double the fun.
if any of our viewers are more familiar with the rules than us and we make any mistakes, we want to go ahead and apologize now. We're rather new to the rules, but we've done a little playtesting here and there. And I'm sure we will iron out any issues in the future. So those are going to be his deployments for the Shashi mercenaries. Pike militia in the center. Oh boy, who wants to play with that fun bag of fuck?
I'm so happy we have them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to say no one wants to play with that fun bag of fuck, as the heavy Arab spearmen will deploy to the far right of the vanguard, and the other one will deploy in the rear to protect the archers. The Nubian archers will take up the center here, and the Turkish archers will take up the right flank here. And the Sipahi lancers will remain on the edge of the battlefield like all other cavalry. Ladies and gentlemen, as the armies finish deploying, and I'll make sure to get a good view for our viewers. Right about there is good. We go into turn 1 of battle. So, turn 1 goes to Al-Musat. Al-Musat is going to have the Hashashi mercenaries of his right flank, your left, charge into the mercenary spearmen. So what we would see as the camera begins to, almost in a drone-like fashion, take off over the battlefield, as your armies finish deploying and theirs counter-deploy, a group of heavily armored, full chainmail mercenaries with buckler shields and beautiful ornate sabers begin rattling and clanking their blades against their shields until finally they begin to charge up the field and smash into the front ranks of the mercenary spearmen before they are able to properly meld, which is one of their abilities. They're going to make their first attack, and if they are successful, meld goes off. So let's go ahead, and that is going to be a 1d20 plus 3, and they are looking to beat a defense of 11. With a 12, they do in fact hit as the first casualty of battle is dealt. We're going to go ahead and mark that casualty for the Mercenary Spearmen, as quite a few of them are cut down when the two units clash, and the front line of the Mercenary Spearmen is broken into as the Hashashim begin to spread throughout the unit in that overly retarded Hollywood, intermix of battle. For some reason, this unit actually does that. As part of their charge, they are, and their successful attack, they are then going to activate their second attack, which is their power attack. That comes at a +2, and they are looking to beat a toughness of 12. With a 6, they don't deal an extra casualty as they try and deliver some extra shock. And the two units are now merged. And I'll leave them like that. Alright, so first blood goes to Al-Musat. Across the battlefield, and on the other side of the Pike Militia on the opposite flank, the other mercenaries also charge in, this time into the Professional Spearmen Sergeants. And they're going to do their attack. Oh, real quick, I'm going to mark the first unit as completing its turn. We'll mark that with a brown stamp. So, now, for the other mercenaries attacking into the Professional Sergeants, they do not successful... Well, actually, no, advantage, because charge. I almost forgot.
That's the thing about charge.
That is the beautiful thing about charge. With a 21, they deal that first casualty to your Spearmen Sergeants. The Professional Spearmen on the field, they take their first casualty. They are going to meld with that Spearman Sergeant unit in that, once again, intermixing in between their lines and slashing out at whoever they can in this dirty brawl style of engagement. And then they are going to try and do their power attack. 12 does not meet a toughness of 14. Sergeants are a bit tougher than everybody else, and they have better shields. So, just as last time, they don't get off their power attack, but those units are now melded. While those units are melded, the heavy Arab spearmen of the vanguard look left, they look right, they look forward, and they see an opening. But then they look over towards all the cavalry, and they look to their rear and see their archers, and say, it's not worth it. So they will hold where they are. And we're going to go up to the Nubian and Turkish archers. The Nubian archers are going to fire off a shot towards the Pike Militia. They're going to try and get rid of them before anyone has to engage them, because no one likes a Pike Militia. So they are +3 to attack versus the defensive 12 from the Pike Militia. With an 11, they don't make it. Their attack is spoiled, and they are going to shift over one space, and that'll be the end of their turn. The Turkish archers are going to do much the same. They also will attack. And with a 19, they will deal a casualty, as 2 volleys of arrows sprinkle down into the Pike Militia. At first, the Pike Militia sort of laugh off the first volley and think, they're puny arrows, they cannot hurt us, until a second volley comes in, and a few men are struck in the top of the head, in the shoulder, and some even in the feet. And now for the power, that is also at a +3. Just as the Pike Militiamen begin to try and huddle up and raise the small shields that they do have available to them, it's too late as the third volley makes its way in and begins cutting down more men, as they have taken 2 casualties. The way we are dealing with units that have 5 hit points is once they've taken 2 casualties, they are considered diminished, and they must make a morale test by their leader or suffer another casualty from routing units. So, as their symbol is a heart symbol. Normally that would be Cassandra. Since Cassandra is having issues with her roll 20, I will go ahead and roll that for her. So that is going to be just a d20 by itself, as they have a +0 to their morale. They are looking for a 13. Unfortunately, they roll a 10, as the men become frightened by the volleys of arrows beginning to pepper them, and a couple of them begin to drop their pikes and run into the night. And that will deal effectively another casualty to the unit. So they are down to 2 casualties left. That will bring an end to the Turkish archers. As we then come to the heavy Arab spearmen in the rear, who look left, they look right, they look to the front and see the battle ahead. And then they look to their rear and give a salute to their wonderful commander, sipping at a cup of wine. And they hold. And last but not least, the Sipahi Lancers, outnumbered heavily by the enemy cavalry, and the only cavalry available to our to the Muslims, they will go ahead and try and scan over the battlefield looking for the enemy cavalry. They spot the enemy cavalry and see the most dangerous of them all, the mounted sergeants. And they will charge into the mounted sergeants across the battlefield, jumping over rocks and small ditches, imperfections in the land around them, until eventually they crash into the mounted sergeants, and they're going to make their attack with a +4. With a natural 20, they do in fact deal a casualty. Luckily, in Kingdoms and Warfare, the natural 20, natural 1 system has not been developed. So currently, until we either decide to homebrew it or something comes out as an official supplement, it's just a hit. Or it's just a miss in the case of a natural 1. So that is going to deal a casualty there. Yes.
And I believe that I can use Lancers flank them now?
My ability in this case
Lancers?
is Lancers flank them. That does not come into play. Your abilities for the mounted sergeants are slam and follow the standard.
Yeah, but mercenary Lancers.
Mercenary Lancers do have Lancers flank them. All right. So, let's see here. If we go to Lancers flank them, do I have it on this little sheet on the side? I don't, so I'll have to go to the book, which luckily I do have, and go to the unit traits.
Not entirely sure if it was applicable to other cavalry. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it said when another it says, as a reaction when an opposed cavalry or aerial unit inflicts 1 or more casualties, this unit makes a free attack against the opposed unit.
However,
If that unit
it says
is-
if that unit is an allied infantry or artillery unit. As the
This
unit
is-
that is attacking
Oh.
another cavalry unit, by the way, your camera's off.
Yeah.
That ability unfortunately does not come into play. But nice of you to catch it. Nice of
Yeah,
you to
alright.
catch it.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So that would have worked perfectly if one of your other units had been hit that was not a cavalry unit. Unfortunately, it's just the circumstances here. That ability doesn't come into play. So they will go ahead and make their power attack versus the mounted sergeants to try and deal another casualty. With a 19 versus a toughness of 11, unfortunately, they do deal another casualty. I do have the diminished symbol on the mounted sergeants. I didn't mean to put that there, so I'm going to take that off. All right. Now, the Sipahi Lancers have a choice. They could either stay there and continue their bout with the mounted sergeants and leave themselves open to attacks from everyone else, or they could use their mobile trait and run off. Now, a part of me says, use the mobile trait and run off. However, if I do that, that leaves the mounted sergeants later on to slam into them and disorient them. And it also leaves the mounted sergeants the ability to call follow the standard. I believe they still can call it, even if I remain in
I can
combat.
still call it.
But we're going to say story-wise, the Sipahi Lancers decide to stay in combat with the mounted sergeants so that those mounted sergeants cannot get off that slam attack and disorient them. So the Sipahi Lancers will remain there, and that will end their turn. That is all of Al-Musat's units moved and fought. So,
Sorry, are you thinking of slam? Isn't it charge you're thinking of?
no, slam is what I am thinking of. If you go down to mounted sergeants and you read slam, it says that it's either disorient or disorganize.
Understand why they won't get it if they don't move.
So, for slam, let's double check. Let's make sure.
I think you also need space, or not. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I thought you also needed space, but I'm double checking now.
Yeah, maybe
said-
It didn't say in that one, but it might be somewhere else.
No, it says if this unit succeeds on a power test, as normal. So yeah, they'll still get it. Ooh,
Mhm.
ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that.
I mean, I would prefer if they stayed.
It's too late. He's already decided he's gonna stay there.
Alright.
All right. Oof, that's 2 of your cavalry units have slam. And then on top of that, your sword cavalry has guerrillas.
Mm.
That's evil.
Mhm.
That's super. All right. Well, Al-Musat is out of units to move, so we go on to Chimeg. Chimeg, you control all the cavalry. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna bring the view down to the cavalry fight for the lovely viewers. Here we go.
Get rid of those horses.
Yeah, I might start with the mounted surgeons then and give some back. And I believe they can do a power attack, right?
If they
Start
hit with
the
their
normal
attack.
one?
Yeah.
If
Sorry.
they
Right,
hit,
alright.
then you
So
can do
it's
the power
only
one.
if they hit, it's not
Yeah,
something you
yeah.
declare first, okay. Alright, then I will try to do that. So it's just a D20 plus their...
Cool.
D20 plus their attack modifier. They are looking to beat a 12 with a natural 20.
That
That's
is
well.
a hit.
They do, in fact, go ahead and deal a casualty to the Lancers.
And power attack on that then.
Okay, power attack going through.
Mm.
With a 9 versus a toughness of 11, unfortunately, the power attack does not go through.
Alright, and then they can't do neither the follow the standard or the slam,
They can't
right?
do the slam. They can do the follow the standard. So if they want to spin their reaction, I believe I'm going to double check that.
Yeah, I think it's the ones that react. That spend their
When this
reaction.
unit oh no, they can't do it. They didn't succeed on a power test, so they can't
Ah.
activate slam or follow the standard.
Oof.
Right, that's too bad.
Well, you still have other units.
Yeah,
Yes, you
I'm
still do.
gonna bring in the Lancers as well then.
Okay, the Lancers are going in.
Alright. That's +3.
No, +3.
Nineteen.
90. That'll hit. Yeah. Ouch.
Right. And do it again for the power slam. Well, the power attack.
Yeah, the power attack. 13 versus
13?
12. 13 versus 11 will hit. That will do the power. So what that will do is that will allow you to activate slam.
Yes.
And also they need to make a morale check because they are now considered diminished as they have taken 3 casualties. So I'll put up the diminished
Alright.
symbol and I will make them a morale check. So they are +1 with their morale. 12 versus a DC of 13 is a failure. They take another casualty from routing individuals. Uh-oh. And then with the slam, they are disoriented, so they can either move or attack, but they cannot do both. All right. That leaves your sword
Next.
cavalry.
But the Lancers are looking pretty beaten
They're looking
up,
hurt. Yeah,
right?
yeah. They quite a
You
few
want
of the
them out of
horses
the
and
way
their
if you
riders
can.
have fallen to the sands dead at this point. as that unit is beginning to be encircled, and my dog is trying to get to the food that is now on my table. All right.
All right. Try to circle them around with the sword cavalry and see if I can finish them off.
Fantastic.
Mhm.
Shimek rides out with the sword cavalry and slams into the Sipahi Lancers. 12 versus 12. It goes to the attacker, so that is a hit. That deals the 5th casualty. They only have one more casualty left.
All right, and then try to do the power attack.
Try and do that power.
Everyone can do that, right?
Yeah, whenever someone succeeds on their attack, they then get to do their power.
All right.
13 will do it, as the Sipahi Lancers are mostly cut down. The few that are left scatter to the winds and begin to flee off the battlefield as that unit is turned in to the graveyard.
Bye.
Wonderful.
All right.
That is
And-
one thorn out of our side.
Shemag, that is all of your units exhausted and done for the turn. Jala.
Jala's smiling as he sees the enemy cavalry routed this early on.
Mhm.
He then looks behind him and sort of gives a signal in the direction of Cassandra, basically suggesting a move later on of the peasant crossbowmen to move one position to the left.
Okay. We watch as your bannerman makes the appropriate waves and bows to signal towards Cassandra that you want those men to move to the left.
And for the pike militia, I basically point at the archers in the back as well. Well, the archers of the enemy. As a potential suggestion, do with that whatever you want. Then I'm going to use my my mercenary spearmen to try and basically deal as much damage to those Hessians.
All right.
Hessian mercenaries. That's a +2 on the attack roll. They fail miserably.
6 with a target of 11. Unfortunately, they fail miserably.
Yep. Same's going to happen with the spearman sergeants. Well, let's hope the fail doesn't repeat, but that will repeat. Of
Oh
course.
no. The spearmen on both flanks are confused heavily by the intermixing of the two units, and a few of them try to make attacks at Hashashims that they see within their ranks, however, quickly withdraw from the attacks that they would make, fearing that they would stab their own men in the process.
Yep. And that will conclude the moves of my units. That's my
Okay.
turn.
The lightmen in arms will do nothing then.
No, they will stay in place.
All right, fantastic. That brings us to Cassandra.
Cool. So, which one was it? You wanted the peasant people archers to go to the left?
The peasant
Yep, the
crossbowmen.
crossbowmen.
Yeah, I can't. As I said, I can't read, can't see. I'm trying to basically memory, trying to remember the board, guys. This is what I remember seeing a card to the right of the enemy. Is the enemies on the right? Which was that one?
Heavy Arab spearmen are on the far right flank, on the vanguard, on the opposite side of the battlefield.
Yeah. After those peasant crossbow, whatever one it was, have moved to the left, I want them to archer away.
Okay, so they're going to fire at the
Right.
heavy Arab spearmen.
Yep.
All right, so that is a +2 for them. I'll go ahead and roll that for you. 15 versus the heavy Arab spearmen's defensive 12 will inflict a casualty. At which time the peasant crossbowmen will get off their second volley with power +3. 6, unfortunately, will not break through the toughness of the heavy Arab spearmen. as they quickly put up their shields in response. Okay, that's the peasant crossbowmen done.
You didn't want my other archers to move, did you? Did you?
They didn't have to move. But they are fine where they are for me.
They're fine. They'll stay where they are, and they'll also they'll hit at the same target for now.
Okay. The Levy archers fire at the heavy Arab spearmen in the vanguard. +2 for the first one. 19's gonna hit and deal another casualty. That unit needs to make a morale test. However, as they take that casualty, they're gonna activate Hold the Line! And they are going to have Adaptable and Hold the Line come into play to attempt to ignore the casualty on a successful command test with advantage. They are looking to beat a 13.
13.
With a 20
they
on their
beat that.
first roll, they beat it, they ignore their casualty, and they continue to hold strong. However, the Levy archers still did hit them, and that was only on their normal hit. So now the Levy archers are going to go through with their power attack. So another attack at +2. 16 versus a toughness of 13 will in fact hit. And because the heavy Arab spearmen have already used their reaction to try and hold the line, they will take that second casualty and become diminished despite their best efforts. Now, the Levy archers, unless you want to move them, are done, and you have the Pike militia left.
And moving forward, how much can we move forward?
Moving forward with the Pike or the Levy.
With the pike.
Okay, with the Pike, they can either... they can move up to 2 squares if they want, but that'll take up their entire turn, and that will leave them exposed.
Yes, that's
But the
fine.
bow is mainly for cavalry, right?
Right, but what I'm saying in this instance is they'll be exposed in the fact that no other friendly units will be around them.
That they have barbs.
They do have barbs. Keep in mind, though, they were shot to crap earlier, so they only have 2 wounds left.
Well, might as well get them attacked where they can actually do damage to other people when being close enough then.
Fantastic. Seeing that the units to their left and right flank heavily engaged in hand-to-hand combat in a melded combat that would be dangerous to attack into, the Pike militia lift up their knees, stand tall, gather their bucklers and their pikes, and charge forward into the night towards the enemy's front line, past the enemy's front line, into the enemy's reserve, and now see both the Nubian archers and the Turkish archers in view close by. But that ends their turn as they go into the enemy front line.
Quick question.
Yes.
It's too late for me to move my spearmen, right? Because I
Correct.
completely... Yeah, I should have moved them since the cavalry is already taken out.
Yes, you should have, but it's too late.
Too late.
Your turn is gone.
Yep. Yes.
All right, and that will finish the movement for the Christian forces as it becomes the turn of Al-Musat. Oh boy. Losing his Lancers, big deal. Also not very much a big deal because I lose them every time. What to do? In the vanguard of Al-Musat, we watch as the heavy Arab spearmen were peppered by crossbows and arrows. Watch as the Pike militia break through the center of the field. A few giggles and chuckles come from the men within the unit as they quickly begin to charge across the field and make their way into the rear of the Pike militia. Unfortunately, unable to attack this turn, as they stand at the ready to encircle the Pike militia with the Nubian archers, the Turkish archers, and the other unit of heavy Arab spearmen. So that will end the heavy Arab spearmen in the vanguard's turn. We will then call for the second unit of heavy Arab spearmen. See what the first unit is doing, but they have a plan. And that plan is simply to move to the side and keep the archers protected. So they march twice over in the rear, leaving space open for the archers to pull back if necessary. And that'll be their turn done. The Turkish archers are going to fire into the pike militia at close range. +3. 10 versus a defensive 12. It doesn't work. And I believe because it doesn't work, they are not able to activate Fade, but I will double check that. Yeah, because they were unsuccessful in their attack, they are not able to activate Fade, but they do go ahead and just naturally try and retreat back to the rear. And that will be the end of the Turkish archers. The Nubian archers will try and do the same. Fire and run away. With a 6, they miss their target as well, trying to shoot into the pike militia, and they pull back to the rear. And with the way that the battlefield is now set, the heavy Arab spearmen and the Nubian archers are exposed. However, because the Turkish archers are in the center of those two units, they are still protected. All right.
Sorry, who was expelled?
The heavy Arab spearmen and the Nubian archers are now considered exposed. However, the Turkish archers are not exposed.
Right.
So, the mercenaries melded into
the other units. Yes.
The other units on the front line are going to continue their battle with the spearmen sergeants first. So that is an attack +3. Hopefully they get more than an 8 or 6. With a 13, that will beat 12, which is the defense of the spearmen sergeants. That will deal a second casualty to them. They'll then go in for their power attack at a +2 this time. With an 18, that'll beat the 14. That'll deal the third casualty. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's time for the spearmen sergeants to make me a morale test or flee the battlefield if they fail. With an 11, attempting to get a 13, the spearmen sergeants break from the battlefield and run away gracefully into the night. As they go to the graveyard, the first Christian unit to fall. With that unit out of the way, the Hashashi mercenaries are going to make their way in front of the light men-at-arms to prevent the light men-at-arms from charging the heavy Arab spearmen. The other Hashashi mercenaries, still engrossed in the combat with the mercenary spearmen on the left flank, will make their first attack with a +3, looking to beat an 11. They meet at 11, so that attack goes through, and the second casualty has been dealt. They then roll with a +2 to see if they can get off their power attack. With a natural 1, power attack does not go through. However, the mercenary spearmen still need to make me a morale test, or lose another casualty to men fleeing into the night.
Oh, wait.
17 makes it. They do not lose another casualty. They are, however, considered diminished.
Yes.
Alright, and I believe that is everybody done. Oh boy. Bring on the pain with Chimeg.
Alright. So, the ones that are exposed were the left archers and the heavy Arab spearmen.
To let you know,
right?
every unit that is currently exposed on the map is as follows. The heavy Arab spearmen in the rear and the vanguard are both exposed. The Nubian archers are exposed. The Hashashim mercenaries on your vanguard are exposed.
Right, the one that emerged.
Looks like someone is trying to get my attention. We will take a short break, and we will be back soon as Chimeg makes her tactical decision. See you soon, folks. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Children of the Cup. Sorry about the interruption. Let's go back to the battle screen. Let's go back to the battle screen. All right, Chimeg,
Yes.
have you decided what you shall do?
Yes. I believe there are a few tasty Nubian archers over there.
Yes, there are.
So I'll move for them. I'm not completely certain how I can move with the cavalry.
Which unit would you like to have attack first?
Well, does it give me any extra to have them disoriented when I attack?
No, that just
Really?
means that they can either move or attack. They can't do both until
Next turn.
the next turn.
All right. Right, but okay. I think I'm gonna head in with the. Let's go with the sword cavalry first.
Okay. So you and the sword cavalry move in. Attack.
Right. And then the +1.
20's gonna hit and deal a casualty. Oh yeah.
All right. See if we can. Oh. So then they are
Disoriented.
disoriented. Yes.
No, you can still do the
And
power
sorry,
attack.
follow-up menu was not. All right. This if they try to move. All right. Cool. Then I will try to do power attack.
Add an extra one for power attack. That becomes 16, which does in fact hit. So that deals a second casualty. They are thereby diminished. Then they need to make a morale check or lose more men. So they will make that morale check with a +2. No, they lose another group of guys as they take their third casualty, and they're down to one casualty left. Now that you've done your attack and your power, would you like to use your reaction to activate mobile? Keep
Yes,
in mind,
after
it will get you out of the battlefield and back to the sidelines. However, if you use your reaction to do mobile, you won't be able
Then
to
you
use your
can't-
reaction to follow the
Yeah.
standard with that unit.
Oh, but that doesn't have follow the stand.
The sword cavalry do not have follow the standard. No.
That was the sergeants.
The sergeants
Yeah.
have follow the standard.
But if you
Right.
leave them there and you
Oh.
still attack with the sergeants, they can still help with the with
they
a
have-
potential other attack.
Do they share the reaction, or do they have their own reactions?
They have their own reactions. So the sword cavalry
own
have their
reaction.
reaction. Yeah. Every unit has their own reactions. And if you try and do mobile and get off the field and back to the sideline, that will use your reaction.
Right. But otherwise, I could try. If they try to move, I could do the follow-up instead with the mobile trait. Right.
You could, yeah. So the mobile allows you to either do the follow-up with advantage, or it allows you to retreat 2 spaces. If you use the retreat 2 spaces, that lets you get out of the rear and onto the sidelines so that you can't be, directly attacked by anyone but archers.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to retreat with an action.
Okay, so you use your reaction to retreat back to the sidelines using mobile. All right, that's your first unit done. Your sword cavalry are done. What about your mercenary lancers and the mounted sergeants?
I think I'll go in with the lancers for the archers. Same
Okay.
target.
Same target, all right. So as the sword cavalry charges across the battlefield and avoiding the combats that are currently happening, they smash into the Nubian archers and cut down several of them before quickly turning around and making their way back up the battlefield. Just as they pass by their friendly pike militia, you can see the mercenary lancers pushing past them back in the direction of the Nubian archers, lowering their lances and beginning to press the attack and going in to smash the Nubian archers. Make me their attack, please. With a 5, though, the Nubian archers received far too many casualties in the previous attack by the sword cavalry, thus disrupting the mercenary lancers' attack pattern and leaving them empty-handed as they join the battlefield.
Well, I think I'm gonna double down with the sergeants. I want those archers out.
Okay. With that, the mounted sergeants, seeing that the job has not been finished, with the Nubian archers, charge in quickly behind the mercenary lancers, joining the battlefield, lowering their spears, their much shorter spears than the lancers, and trying to finish off what is left of the Nubian archers. Please make your attack. With an 8! That is enough.
Oh.
That
it's
is
enough.
Yes, their defense of the Nubian
Oh.
archers is 8. As they push into the last of the huddled up Nubian archers, panicking as several units of cavalry rush around them. They are slammed into, and what remains of the bloody, mangled bodies that are pushed under hoof begins to scurry off into the night as the Nubian archers join the graveyard.
Wonderful. And just double check, I can't do the follow power attack on the other one next to them, right? It has to be the
think so.
same.
Yeah, correct. Has to be the same.
Yeah. Alright. Cool.
All right. Ajala.
First,
You-
gonna do what I should have done
Yeah.
a while ago and send the spearmen to forward.
All right, the
One
spearmen
on to the
begin
side, one
to
forward.
move in formation to
Mhm.
advance on to the chaotic battlefield before them. As Ajala looks around to see who he wants to command next, he hears two massive booms of cavalry hitting shield and flesh in the background of the enemy units. And he sees his own friendly sword cavalry push off the battlefield, and a cheer of victory comes from the Christian cavalry far off in the enemy's backfield.
Then I'm gonna have them try to, well, at least diminish the Hasashi mercenaries, hopefully.
Okay, you point out towards the mercenary spearmen and tell them to whip those mercenaries into shape as they make their attacks against the Hashashim, looking to beat an 11.
I'm just afraid to roll because I know it's gonna be shitty. Oh, no, it's
18.
okay.
They deal their first casualty against the Hashashim. Make your power attack, please, sir.
Power is in this case a +3.
Yep. 17.
Nice.
They deal their power, and that will diminish the Hashashim mercenaries on the left flank. And they need to make a morale test or lose more casualties. They have a +1 to their morale, looking to beat a 13. With an 11, more Hashashim begin to break ranks and fall out into the night, trying to escape the bloody battlefield that is taking place on the vanguard. However, a few Hashashim still remain, bloodied, tired, and absolutely ready to go home, as they stare back at an enemy who's relatively the same and continue to fight.
Ajala will get off his horse and hand the reins to a servant or a squire and send him towards the cart,
Mhm.
just to have the horse safe. And he will form or move himself into the front of the line as well, and just have these light men at arms attack the other assassin.
Right, so we see as the ranks part as you make your way up to the front line, sort of beginning to encourage your men. You begin to slam your spear against your shield a few times, and you can hear the men begin to do the same in unison. And just as you step onto the front line of the light men at arms, you yell out a cry of fury, and you all begin to charge forward towards the Hashashim mercenaries and crash into them. Go ahead and make me your attack +4. 19 is going to deal a casualty as you cut down the first group of Hashashim you run into. They're still partially disorganized from their previous fight and are a little shocked that the light men at arms are charging forward. Go ahead and make your power attack.
I am wondering. Yeah, no, I'll wait with that. Nope, that's
With a
not going to happen.
6. Unfortunately, the Hashashim quickly recover from their blunder, leaving their sides open to the light men-at-arms, thinking that they were safe for the moment. And the two units form their proper lines and begin in their shoving and stabbing war. All right.
I will, at that moment, also just shout out while holding up my spear, and I point that spear towards basically the unit in front of us, waving at our girl Cassandra.
Okay.
Like,
Fantastic. All
Ashashi
right.
mercenaries. Hint, hint.
Tries to give an order. You know what? You have decided to get off your horse. You've decided to jump into the fray. I'd like you to give me a command roll of your unit to see if you can convey that you want Cassandra's archers to focus their fire on the mercenaries in front of your unit.
Is that the unit roll?
Mm-hmm. The unit rolls.
Oh, let me double check that. That is a +1.
Mm-hmm.
The 13. Nope.
No.
It's too busy. I can't convey it.
Unfortunately, the movements of your spear are lost in the chaos of the front lines of the light men-at-arms. But perhaps Cassandra will figure it out for herself. Is that the end of your turn? I believe that's all your units.
I think that's the end of my turn. I have no one else
Fantastic.
to order
Cassandra.
around.
Cassandra, to give you a bit of the view of the battlefield,
Yeah.
at first, the Pike Militia charged forward off your own vanguard, bravely into the night of the enemy battlefield, quickly found themselves beginning to be surrounded until Chimeg's cavalry rushed in and chopped down a unit of the enemy, scaring them off into the night, leaving 2 of the cavalry units on the field as support to the Pike Militia. However, you still have a unit of heavy Arab spearmen behind your Pike Militia, ready to attempt to stab them in the back. And your peasant crossbowmen and levy archers are perfectly fine in the back, and ready to fire.
And cool, there wasn't any orders that she could understand, so I'm gonna have just my archers, starting with the levy archers, starting with levy archers. Who has more attack? Actually, yeah, levy archers, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Levy archers.
Cool. I'm gonna have them go for the Arab spearmen.
Okay, the Arab spearmen behind the Hashashim mercenaries. All right, firing into them. They are a +2, so I'll roll that for you. With a 5, unfortunately, they fire off their shots, and they lose sight of them in the darkness, and they hear the sound of several pieces of metal slamming into shields.
Rude. And I will have my crossbowmen do the same.
All right. Crossbowmen reload, lift up their crossbows, and fire over the heads of the light men-at-arms towards the heavy Arab spearmen. They are looking at a +2 as well to their attack with a 4, unfortunately. The crossbow bolts fly out into the night, and you just hear this resounding thump of several bolts hitting shields.
And then I will have my pike militia go for him.
Okay, the Pike Militia, realizing that they've been flanked in the rear, turn their pikes in the opposite direction and begin stabbing towards the heavy Arab spearmen. They are at attack +1. Looking to beat a 12. 13! They go ahead and inflict a casualty into the heavy Arab spearmen. Let me double check the... Alright, great. There are no opposed units to the left or right of the heavy Arab spearmen, so unfortunately you don't get to stab into them as well. But you go ahead and you get to do your power attack, which instead of a +1 is a +4. And they're looking to beat a 13. They meet a 13, and they go ahead and deal another casualty to the heavy Arab spearmen. However, the heavy Arab spearmen still remain with a few dregs of their unit left over. All right. So heavily diminished, both the Pike Militia and the heavy Arab spearmen that they are engaged with. And that is the end of your turn, unless you would like to move the Pike Militia.
Not to the left.
Can I move them? Can I move them right and down?
They can only move once because they just attacked, but they can certainly move right.
I'll move them right.
Okay, you move them to the right. In that case, the heavy Arab spearmen are going to go ahead and try and get off the follow-up command. With a +1, they are looking to meet a DC of 8 or higher. With a 20, they follow up and they take up the space that the Pike Militia once stood in. They can't attack though, so that's all they do is they just follow them. All right, that brings us to Al Musat. Musat is going to look across the battlefield, and he needs to do some counting here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and he only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can, seeing as you do not double his units or double his tiers, he can still remain on the battlefield for at least one more turn before having to retreat. However, this is not looking good for Al Musat. Clearly, he is going to lose. So, he will give a retreat order to the Turkish archers, who will make a command roll at a +2 looking to beat a DC 8. With a 10, the Turkish archers take their current casualties, which is none, and they leave the battlefield. He will then point his finger over towards the heavy Arab spearmen of the rear and give them a retreat command. They are a +1, looking to be an 8. 12, they make it off the battlefield.
My sword cavalry is not considered to be next to them, right?
Correct. Your sword cavalry is not considered to be next to them, unfortunately. Let's see. The mercenaries are melded. He doesn't really care about them. However, he does have another unit of heavy Arab spearmen left on the battlefield, but they are heavily diminished. And he is going to try and get them to... He's going to try and get them to deal with the Pike Militia. So they are going to roll their attack. 11 versus the defensive 12. It does not go through. Seeing as the attack is a failure, he's going to go ahead and tell them to move to the left. If you want to, the Pike Militia can do a follow-up command at a DC 8, Cassandra, and they can follow them. Okay. So they're going to try that. They are at a -1 because they are Pike Militia. With a 1, they do not follow up, but they don't break or anything like that, so it's okay. The Hashashim mercenaries currently engaged with the light men-at-arms are going to attempt to attack and meld to draw this battle out as much as possible. So, attack with a +3 against the light men-at-arms, defensive 10. With a 9, they do not succeed. And they are going to pull back. Would you like to follow up with your light men-at-arms?
No.
Okay. The other Hashashim mercenaries are going to attempt to eradicate the mercenary spearmen. Yeah, they're still +3 versus an 11. 19 will deal a casualty.
Yes.
And then for the power attack, +2. 5 will not deal another casualty. And they will stay melded. I see why you didn't chase with the light men-at-arms. I get it now. Okay. Okay. And that is going to be the end of his turn. Chimeg.
Right. So, the cavalry I have on the board is there. They are basically, so they can move one, or how does that work?
No, they can move wherever they want on the board.
All right.
Right.
Cool.
It's just after they move to attack a unit on the board. Because they don't have mobile, they can't use the reaction to get off the board again. They have to wait until their next turn.
All right. But the mercenaries isn't melded. Is that makes it more difficult to hit them, or?
None of the cavalry are melded. It's just the mercenary spearmen that are melded, and that's on you guys' vanguard. So if you were to try and charge into them, go ahead.
If you attack those, you have a 50-50 chance to hit our own men. Because they're like intermingled right now, so you don't really want to hit those.
Right, that sounds bad, yeah. Alright.
The other ones are exposed, and so are the heavy spearmen.
Oh, the mercenaries are not the ones that in the middle.
All of the enemy units are exposed currently.
Alright.
The mercenaries in the middle, there's one group of mercenaries mixed with ours,
Oh,
and
that's
then there's the heavy spearmen
true.
next to
That's
your
true.
lancers.
It's true. Yeah.
Alright. So both the spearmen and the mercenaries in the middle are somewhat diminished, or?
The heavy Arab spearmen are diminished.
The spearmen, not yet. The Hisashi mercenaries, not yet.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna head for the spearmen then, firstly.
Okay. Your lancers are already sitting there. If they want to just turn around and attack.
Yeah.
All right. +3 to attack, looking to be the 12.
That beats a 12.
14.
Nice.
That is going to deal a casualty as the mercenary lancers, a little sour that they weren't able to take out the Nubian archers previously, sort of swoop around and look back towards the battlefield, see that the heavy Arab spearmen are trying to make their way off the field, and come slamming into the rear of the heavy Arab spearmen, slaughtering those that are
going home
left.
for him.
Only a few dregs and souls manage to make their way off the battlefield as the heavy Arab spearmen are sent to the graveyard.
Wonderful. And I'm gonna send the surgeon on the middle mercenaries.
Okay. The sergeants are going to go ahead and charge their way down towards the Hashashim mercenaries. Make me an
Right.
attack. Looking to beat an 11.
Plus 4. I think it's an
14,
11.
that's going to hit. And you deal a casualty. They become diminished. Make me your power attack as they make their morale check. Yeah,
Yes.
that is gonna hit. And if they fail this morale check, that is a unit gone.
I do it.
They do not fail the morale check. So they manage to stay on the board, however, they are diminished.
And follow the standard, so they can do another one, right?
Follow the standard will allow the mercenary lancers, as a reaction, to come in and attack the Shashi mercenaries.
As well
And
as the
since
sword
they also have
cavalry.
As well as the sword
Slam.
cavalry. And
Sorry?
slam means that the Shashi mercenaries are also disoriented.
Yes. Alright, so one more attack. Oh, wow.
Well, bye.
Alrighty then.
I didn't really expect it to get this well.
That is a dead mercenary
Cavalry
unit
is
as they
doing
are
well.
sent to the graveyard. Alright, fantastic. Here we go.
Then with my own sword cavalry, I don't know if this is a bad idea, but let's
No, don't do it.
not.
Go for it.
They're like intermingled.
Go
But
for
I mean, we gotta do it somehow, right? The spearmen will have the same penalty, right? Or not?
Wait, what? No,
Won't the
the thing
spearmen
is,
also
the
have the
spearmen
50-50?
themselves can attack without the chance of hitting themselves.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
they can still get
okay.
out of this.
All right.
Also, besides
Yeah.
that, I do think that these Hessassians might be more eager to give up, considering they're the only ones left on the field.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I guess with my sword cavalry, can I? Is there any purpose of trying to hunt down the fleeing ones?
I don't think so. I believe they are considered
Alright.
off the battlefield.
All right, then I'll hold for that now. Then.
Fantastic.
Last one.
Okay, so because they are the last ones on the battlefield and Chimek's turn has ended, I'm gonna make them make a morale check. DC 13.
If Ajala is on his turn, would really like to join the fray with the Hessassians. He wants to mingle in there.
Mm-hmm. With an 18,
They stay.
I'm gonna make a competency check. I'm gonna make a Hold on. Let's see if their commander can knock some sense into them. Okay. So yeah, in that case, the commander of the mercenaries. Wait, no, it's an 18 versus a 16. If we went by comparison, he's not able to do it.
He's not able to convince.
He is
him.
unable to
Oh, this
convince
is
his
gonna be
men
fun.
to disengage, and the Shashims are still doing their thing. All right, Ajala.
Ajala would like to personally get involved in that last bit of men standing.
All right, go ahead and make the light men-at-arms a unit that is able to jump. So you would have to move your light men-at-arms here because you're not able to move diagonally.
Yeah. He personally is going to. He's not going to bring the light men at arms with him, and he's just going into the middle of this
Alright.
because he wants to be part of the attack.
Okay.
Now, how wild is the fighting still going in here?
Extremely wild. The units are still very much intermixed.
Then I'm going to try and at least bite one person to at least try and get a single blood point.
Sure, absolutely. Go for it. Make me a dexterity brawl. I'm looking for 2 successes at the most. And I will make a morale test for them. And their morale is a +1.
Dexterity brawl.
Jesus. And they fail the morale test. So yeah, Ajala, as you jump in the fray and start biting people and draining them, a couple of guys notice them and go, "Fuck that!" Drop their weapons and run. And you feel as though that's probably going to spread very quickly.
The news of that, you mean? Oh
yeah.
I thought the fighting was wild enough for it to be.
No,
Oh,
the
well.
news of "fuck off," something weird is going on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Did I manage to
Cassandra.
satiate anything from this,
Or,
or is
sorry,
it more like a splatter here and there?
Still, Ajala, you need to do an attack for the mercenary spearmen, and you're out of the units. If necessary, yeah.
My current idea is kill them all.
Go for it. Mercenary spearmen with a
Do you
10.
think they hit them?
Nope. They're looking to hit a target of 11. They do not hit that with a 10. The fighting continues. Would you like to
Because it's their
risk?
turn now.
So you do not want to risk any of your other units attacking?
I'm not going to risk them attacking for the time being.
All right, Cassandra, would you like to risk shooting into the fray?
As in, not obvious. I'm staying on my comfy chair, but I'll order people.
No, I mean
to-
ordering your men to shoot into the fray,
Yeah,
possibly
yes.
killing your own men in the process.
How many people have we got left? And what?
We've got about everyone left. And they've
Everybody,
got those.
yeah.
They
They're
are
the
down at the
only unit
last
left
one.
on the field, yeah.
They're the last stragglers that
But
Ajala currently is murdering.
only some mercenary spearmen. And did he didn't leave any orders to not partake, did he?
He didn't.
Not as far as you know. He just went in there.
Can I just fucking get my archers to shoot near their commander to be like, get the hint and fuck off?
Oh, if you look towards Musat, Musat is like casually packing up his shit and slowly making his way off the battlefield. He doesn't give a shit about those mercenaries.
Could I?
Rain fire on him.
I was gonna say, why not? Why not? And to maybe get some of the mercenaries to realize that commander's fucking off, and they should too.
Sure, you can rain fire on the commander.
I would do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a defense of 14, toughness of 14. Let's see how you do. Oh, you want me to roll it? Okay.
Yes, please.
All right,
And then
plus 2. Let's see if he hit a 14. 8, not with the levy archers. What about the peasant crossbowmen? Or do you not want to waste that shot?
Yay!
Yeah, okay. 3, nope.
That's fine.
You
Whatever.
fire off
Way
some
further
shots, they
away than you
fly
think
out
it
into the
was.
night, and they just land really short.
Do at least any of the mercenaries see that where they
Oh,
were aiming for?
The Hashashi mercenaries are just like, fuck yeah! In the middle of the fray. They can't
Najal
tell.
is having the time of his life.
Yeah.
Are my pike militia still there?
Your pike militia are far away from the fight, but they're still on the battlefield.
Far away from the fight. God damn it. Fine. I don't want them to get involved with the remaining because they'll hurt our own men in that. Can I get the pike closer to the
Sure.
commander now?
To the commander. Okay, yeah, sure. 1, 2.
She wants
They
to
make
get
their-
to that flat.
They make their way closer. Unfortunately, they're unable to attack in this turn.
No, that's fine. Meanwhile, just Cassandra's just sitting there. She's gonna cross her legs over the side, just chill. Probably seeing picking what bodies, who she's gonna eat the heart of when she leaves the battlefield later. Just looking.
All right.
This is going to be a wine and dine for you.
I hope to God you learn some preserving techniques because there's plenty of food here. All right, Al Musat casually leaves the battlefield on horseback and joins his Turkish archers and his heavy Arab spearmen. The Shashi mercenaries, in all their witness me glory of Mad Max, do not deal any more casualties to the mercenary spearmen, and eventually, several minutes later, are cut down by the rest of the Christian army.
Are there any stragglers left alive?
Oh, sure. Wounded men all over the place, a couple of stragglers of the
Chain
Hashashim.
them.
Oh,
Chain them?
Shimek is
Okay.
hunting down stragglers at the moment.
Okay.
The ones
But
left
she's
in
just
our little thingy, chain
hunting
them.
them
as in-
down.
Go ahead.
Right, make me
I'm
a
bringing some home for
command
dinner.
test with a... Make me a command test with a +1, Ajala.
With +1. Oof.
Mm-hmm. DC 8.
Oof.
Ajala's units are unsuccessful in gathering up slaves for the slave pits.
I'm sorry.
Chimeg, make me a command check with a +1.
We're not great commanders, are we?
No, you were unable to gather up slaves for the slave pit. All right, Cassandra, I will also have you make the same check to see if you are able to gather up yummy, yummy, delicious slaves still alive. You are!
Thank you.
Oh my god, do I have?
All
Do I
right,
have any? I only had. Oh, okay. I didn't have any.
so, we're
Thank
going to
you,
roll
Cassandra.
1d100. Depending on what the die lands on, tells you how many people were captured in the battle.
Beautiful.
73
Oh,
nice.
wow.
were captured
Nice
in the
one.
battle. All right.
Damn,
And the battle for the Dead
we got
Sea
ourselves some food.
has ended.
Yep, we got ourselves a bit of food.
Okay, let's switch ourselves over to the other camera. All right.
Quick question, not completely
Yes.
unimportant.
Mhm.
The attempt at draining in the middle of battle, did it actually work, or was it more like, and it really didn't go anywhere?
It worked. Yeah.
How much did I sort of get?
How long did you want to spend sucking him? You know what? You failed that command check to capture more people. You spent the entire turn draining that mofo.
So, how many
So
points
yeah,
was it?
I'd say I'll give you 5. And if you
Nice.
go past 5, it might become noticeable, and I'll have you make a stealth check.
I'll stay at 5.
Okay. All right.
And then don't need it to be too obvious, as in I'm hungry, but not that hungry.
Ladies and
There we
gentlemen,
go.
you've won the battle. There's much conversation to take place later. There's also some necromancy to discover. But I think that's where we're going to leave it for this episode of Children of the Cup. We'll see you next time. Adios!